Okay. I'm I'm here. I'm here. I'm alright. Hello. Let me just put on my hat and let me open up the video game. Okay. All right. I'm all right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry I'm late. I I was doing stuff. All right. Don't get all on my business and be like, "Oh, 40 minutes." Shut up. I'm the train driver here. I'm stuff. No. No. No, not that. Okay. Let's see. How did you that's it. Resume a saved game. For some reason it automatically goes to the scenario, like the beginning of the scenario, and then you have to exit to the menu and then click restore saved game. What is happening? What's happening? I don't know what's happening. Why are we stopping? Oh, there we go. Oh, you know, stuff like that, it happens. Sometimes the train just kind of you need to turn it off and turn it back on again. It's fine. The train just does that sometimes. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hello, sir. Wow, you're really close to me, aren't you? You're sitting up here all alone, just kind of watching me. Just kind of wanted to let you know, like, between you and me, like, I'm kind of new at this. It's my second day at the job. Haven't had my coffee today yet. So, yeah. But, yeah, I just wanted to let you know that, like, everything's fine. Why are the passenger lights turned off? I'll take a look at that. Let's see. Why are the passenger lights turned off? That is a good question. There should be a button. Should be a button for the lights somewhere. Let's see. Oh, here's the air conditioning. In case I need that. Lounge window opaque control. Whoa, look at that. In case I need privacy. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. Passenger door step override. Huh. I feel like I shouldn't touch that. Let's see. What's the next thing that's coming up? 1.6 kilometers. Okay, we can increase our speed a little bit. We'll do it carefully. Let's see here. No, not that. No. No, that's not it. I know there's a button for the passenger lights. Cab lights. Turn that on and off. Gauge brightness. Indicators brightness. Wiper. Door control. Coupling. Gauge brightness. What is gauge brightness? No idea. Up. I have no idea. I can't find it. I'll just sit next to you. I have bad news. I can't find the button for turning on the passenger lights. I'm sorry. Please just look at me. Please look at me. Don't act all disgusted. Please. Please just look at me. There you go. I love you. Alright. There's the horn. You can play a melody on that. You can play the Zelda theme tune and put it on YouTube, get 100 million views. We're accelerating too fast. You customize the train? I feel like you probably can, but not on a scenario. Right now I'm doing a scenario, so I don't really have much of a choice because I'm just doing the missions. But if you're doing free roaming, I think you can. You should be able to. But yeah, still don't really know how where all the buttons are. I don't think these are buttons. I think those are just yeah. Where? No. I've got no idea what this stuff does.
Tis I, Gromsterino.
Hello, Grom.
Hello.
I'm trying to find the button for the passenger lights, because the whole train is completely dark and all the lights are turned off except in here, because I know where I can turn the cab lights on, and I've done that, so I've got a light, but the whole rest of the train is completely dark. And I know, because on a different train model, I know there was a button for I have not missed anything. Tom Bricks, don't try to spread misinformation. Like, that's fake news. Because on another train model, I know there was a button for turning the passenger lights on, but on this train model, I can't find it. So, but I did find lounge window opaque control, and if I turn that on, then the window becomes opaque, so you can't see through it. this dude, John, can't spy on me. He's like, he's literally sitting right here. Like, he could sit anywhere. He's choosing to sit right here, right behind the door. Not giving me any privacy. Ridiculous.
Supervisor John. Also, I always wondered how glasses that like gets like frosted like that works.
I don't know, but I have seen a bathroom that does that.
Yeah.
And that when you lock the door, the like the whole bathroom is like a window, and it's glass. Or the door at least is glass. And then when you lock the door, it becomes like it looks like it's like foggy.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Might be magic. I mean, I'm
It
not
might be
gonna rule that
magic.
out.
Yes. I don't know enough about it to say whether or not it's magic.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's from the information that I have acquired about it, magic is an educated guess, I would say.
Yeah. I do. Yeah.
It's cool though. Very cool.
It is cool. Except when you forget to lock the bathroom door. And
yeah, but if you're in a glass box, I assume like you are aware that everybody
maybe you
can
just
see
think that it's like one way, you know?
It's true.
Like, oh, well, I can see out, but that would almost, I mean, it wouldn't be worse. But I mean, like, even if it was one way, that would still be really awkward. Like you could see, like, as you were like in the bathroom, you could see everyone else like in the living room or whatever. Like you just had a window to look straight into the living room.
I think like I seen a YouTube video, like someone did that as like a experiment to see how people would react. They put like a one-way glass, right, in a public space and see how many people dare to do it. Like nobody could see into the bathroom, right? But like you could see everybody around you. It felt like you were sitting among people doing your business, right?
I've literally had a nightmare like that. Like
Yeah.
I had a nightmare that I was in high school, but the nightmare wasn't really about me being in high school. Now I'm just telling you my dream. I'm sorry. No one likes to hear that. But the point is, I was like out around town, and I had to use the bathroom, but the only available bathroom was like a toilet in the middle of the street. Like on a street corner, there was a toilet like in the middle of a busy intersection, like overlooking the tram stop. Like one of the busiest places in like the whole city. Like, oh, there's just like this toilet, and like it's not even in a glass box. It's just a toilet on the side of the street, and that's the only like available place to go.
Yeah.
And yeah, literally, I've had a nightmare about that, like having to go to the bathroom while everyone else can see you. But even if it was a one-way glass, like even if it wasn't like everyone else could see me, but like I was in the bathroom and I could see everyone else around me, like like the street and stuff. Like I could see hundreds of people like all around me. That would be terrifying.
Yeah. Even if you were 100% sure nobody could see you, it would still be terrifying.
Yeah. And like even if like you weren't terrified, I mean, like even besides that, like it would just be awkward, like just to see other people, you know?
Yeah.
There's a remote switch which allows others to see in.
I'm pretty sure that would be pretty illegal to put a bathroom like that.
Yeah.
In general.
Like I know some people, not naming any names, who, like, if you're on a video call with them, like sometimes they will just go into the bathroom and use the bathroom, like while they're still on a video call with you.
Yeah, I have friends like that too.
Yeah, I have, and I've told them like, please do not. please do not.
Yeah.
Not with me. Like, I
Yeah.
know with your friends you can do this and it's like, oh, just a casual thing and no one cares, but do not with me.
Yeah, there's this guy I modded. I mean, a mod for them still. They just haven't streamed in a long time, and they had one of their friends on, and they were having a discussion, and their friend just casually stood up, walked with the laptop that they were talking to them into the bathroom to, use the bathroom. And that's a TOS breach, right? So the guy was freaking out, right? Like, it's like, dude,
Oh
can't do
yeah.
that.
Yeah. I mean, since I don't show my face, like I could be in the bathroom right now and no one would know.
True.
Is that a TOS
Just
breach?
no. I mean, if like everybody was like 100% ignorant to the fact that no, I mean, but
But
I
now,
think even
now
if
you're
there's
not.
like,
Now you
if
know.
the, yeah, I know, but if there's like sound and stuff like that, then yeah, I think it's TOS.
We might be slightly going too fast.
It's fine.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's alright.
Just arrived there earlier.
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. Oh, man, yes. Put the camera in the toilet bowl.
What country was it that has like a huge problem with like being spied on in public? Like, I
China.
want to say it's Korea, like where they have to like check with like special tools, like for when they use hotels and stuff like that to make sure it's not like.
North Korea.
No, I think it's South Korea. Like, there's this huge thing of people. Like, it's not like us, the state, doing anything. It's actually just people putting very small cameras in place, like everywhere.
That's interesting. Yeah, I
And
mean,
like how they were selling these tools where it's like you look through a hole that flashes a light, and when you look through it, you can see camera lenses. So like it's a common thing where they use that. Like if you have to use a bathroom or you going to like a hotel, you scan everywhere because people could have hidden it in like the most obscure place, right? And it's
Yeah.
like, it's a big problem.
Yeah. I know in the idol industry, both in South Korea and in Japan, like there's a lot. I mean, the industry itself, like all the companies, are usually, I don't want to say all of them. Some of them are pretty good. Some of them are, more or less like worker or talent owned. But like the really big ones, the big companies are like really predatory, and they don't really care about like the talent's well-being and stuff. And I can't really speak for South Korea at all, but in Japan the laws regarding like stalking are very, very loose, and like the way I've had it described to me, I don't know I don't know exactly if I'm right about this, but the way that it's been described to me is someone can only be like arrested or charged with stalking if they've not only like stalked someone, but they've also like hurt them, like physically. If someone has like hurt you, or they've like broken into your apartment, which is a separate, crime. But like literally just stalking, like following you around, putting like tracking chips like on you, or to like tricking you into like tracking you, finding out your location, doxing you, like that's all legal. It's only illegal when you like hurt them physically, or you like steal their stuff or break into their home.
Yeah, I mean at that point it's already too late, right? Like it's it's gone too
but
far.
like there have been idols in Japan who like have gone to the police and be like, this is this guy, This is his name. This is who he is. Here I have evidence of him following me around, stalking me, trying to track me, like taking like my trash and shit. Like, he is stalking me, can you please do something? And then the police just say, nah, sorry, he hasn't committed any crime.
Yeah, boys will be boys. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little crush.
Yeah. Like, oh, we can't arrest someone just because he might hurt you. It's just like, well, I feel like at this point it's likely he's gonna hurt me. You know, you can't do anything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, idols is one, like that's like a common thing. Like, you don't even have to be like very big, right, for it to be like an industry where a lot of girls are like in these bands. And they don't necessarily need to like sing, right? Either they just need to be able to like dance or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they're like, you know, they're personalities. In a lot of ways, they're a lot like Twitch streamers. It's like, like, people don't watch like this train simulator stream because I'm the best train simulator player, right? Clearly, you know, people watch, you know, my streams because they like my personality. People watch my YouTube videos because they like the YouTube videos, but my streams people generally watch because they just already know who I am and they like watching me.
Yeah.
It's not because I'm like extremely talented. Hashtag SOS Cuba is fake. Fuck Gusanos. SOS USA. SOS Cuba, like the charity itself is like, it's almost like sad, because like they had this whole thing where they were raising money to like help Cubans and like get them food and humanitarian aid and stuff, and then the embargo, which like the people who tweet SOS Cuba are also the kind of people who say the embargo is a good thing, usually. And like the embargo literally blocked donations from SOS Cuba to go to Cuban people, because you're not allowed to send money. Like, on paper, humanitarian aid should be allowed, should be able to pass through the embargo, but because like the US doesn't have like a state-owned bank, right? Like a private bank that like you can just have an account in, like normal people can have an account in. You have to do the transaction through a private bank. So, you know, you have to have an account set up at a private bank, and you have to tell that bank, hey, can you send this money to Cuba? And then the private bank, fearing like sanctions from the State Department, says like, our legal team says it's not a good idea, so no, we're not gonna do it.
Yeah.
If there was a state-owned bank, then they would know the policy on humanitarian aid, and maybe they would do it, because they would know that like, well, the State Department isn't gonna tell us to, you know, they're not gonna sanction us because we are, you know, a government bank. But also, maybe a state-owned bank would be like less likely to do it. I don't know. But on paper, humanitarian aid is supposed to be able to go to Cuba. But like the private banks and companies and stuff, like they just don't want to risk it, you know, if they know that sanction by the State Department is very bad. It's like, you really don't want to you don't even want to get close to violating any kind of Trading with the Enemy Act or the Taft-Hartley Act or any one of those.
Also, even like, I mean, you're probably memeing Tom Briggs, right? But like, I think it's called eminent domain in America, right? Like, they can just literally seize your money, I think.
Yes.
And they will look for money that's being like sent like letter wise, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. They will just take it. Do it. Oops. Sorry, I'm just getting some water. Like, they won't like tell you like, oh, we took your money because of this and this. It's just like, you'll just assume that, oh, it got lost in the mail, you know, like you won't hear anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, you might be on some list after that, right? Like,
maybe.
Also, like going back to like the like when I seen the whole like idol thing, it just like because we're aware of like the whole like the parasocial relationship, right? And I think
Yeah.
like it just seems like they were really just monetizing parasocial I mean,
Hmm.
that's essentially what streamers do to some extent, right? But I felt like with the idol thing, especially after like telling me about like the stalking stuff,
Yeah.
it's like to another level.
Yeah, and like like a big part of the issue, right, is the fact that the idol companies themselves only really care about profit,
Mm,
and like they don't want to spend like a bunch of money to like protect the talent unless they're like big name talent, like Jimin, like the BTS crew.
mm,
Like, oh, like, yeah, they're gonna have top-notch security because if something happens to them, that's a big, the company's gonna suffer from that. I don't know who BTS is signed with. I don't know what industry. I'm just using them as an example of like a big name. um but like if you're just like a smaller talent, then paying for like security and stuff, um usually they're gonna not think it's worth it.
yeah.
And like when like the police can't do anything about stalking, like literally it has to be the idol industry itself that takes security into their own hands, right?
Mm.
So when they refuse to do it, like the idols are just completely on their own.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like kind of like, unless they get like really big, it's just kind of like churning through girls, right? Like it's just,
Yeah.
they have an endless supply of like new young girls that'll get into it, right? And then, you know, because that was kind of like surprising to me that how people could make money with a relatively small following, right?
Yeah.
Like, um,
We have a train dealing with an incident at the platform at Stolberg. You'll be routed around it shortly. Okay.
cool.
Will we well, I mean, yeah, I assume this is the train or no. This is the train that's dealing with, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I assume we're gonna go forward with, they're not gonna ask us to back up.
No. I I went down like a train rabbit hole like a few weeks ago, especially on like snow plowing stuff for trains. And I watched a long video of someone getting like a steam snow plowing thing. It was basically like you know those machines you push that throw the snow away? What are those called?
Snow
The snow blower,
Snow
right?
boy. Snow boy.
Oh boy. But like it was this big steam thing ahead of it. And I watched it. It looked really cool. It had like blades in the front that spun and it would like take the snow. And it was so anticlimactic because it was a restoration thing from like the 1910s, right, in Switzerland, right? And when I thought like this train would just barrel through the mass of snow and this thing would just chug it. And it was literally like they had to back up and keep pushing it in and doing like half a meter each time.
Yeah. I mean, trains aren't exactly, depending on the kind of train, but they're not, they're not powerful in that way.
Well, not then, right? I mean, it was a restoration, right, from like
Yeah.
the 1910s, right? Like now, the trains literally have this really big plow on it, and they just go full speed through it, right? Like, and
Yeah,
it
yeah.
just
I mean,
sprays the snow.
once you've built up the speed, you can,
Yeah,
you can just kind of swoom, go right
yeah,
through. But if the train is like at a standstill and there's something, blocking Like if it has to push through something and it's completely at a standstill, then that might be a problem.
Yeah.
I'm mostly just talking out of my ass. I don't really know anything about trains.
No, we're engineers, okay?
Yeah.
Just go along with it.
Hope John didn't hear that.
What?
You didn't hear that, did you?
To hear what?
But I said I don't know anything about
John.
trains.
Yeah. Yeah,
This
that
glass is
John
probably soundproof. I
Yeah,
hope it is.
but John is fishy. I think he's been sent by HQ.
Yeah, he works for DB.
Yeah. Or it's like a corporate spy from another.
For the isn't Deutsche Bahn the state-owned train company?
Maybe it's another country that's like planning on moving in and just
French
gathering,
rail.
Yeah, gathering dirt on DB.
Because France wants to run trains in Germany, I guess.
Yeah. It's like they want to tap into that market.
Let's see, we're not stopping here, are we? No, we're just going via location. Where are we stopping? Oh, in 10 kilometers. In Aachen. I don't... Did Mr. Hansen ever tell me how to pronounce that? Wait, let me look it up.
I mean, even when Mr. Hansen was telling how to pronounce it, I don't think we pronounced it properly because it didn't.
German.
Aachen.
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 It's Aachen. Okay. Have you seen the new 600 km/h bullet train in China? I haven't seen it. Oh, maglev train. Yeah, maglev trains are fucking insane. There's something else. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing about China. They know how to spend money on infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean because the Chinese government doesn't have to justify it as, oh, we're gonna make our money back from this, right? Like, that's one of the things that, the Chinese model, has going for it, is that the government can decide to spend money on something and not expect it to be worth it. Like, they're not expecting the tickets or anything else to, like, be a return on the investment. Like, they're not, they're
yeah, but I also think, like, they don't have, like, like you said, they're pragmatic, right? They don't have this, like, short-term, like, view on it. They don't look at it from, like, a surface level, right? Because, like, China does have a problem now with, like, how they're rapidly urbanizing, right? A lot of people seeking work out of rural communities, and it causes people to have to stay away from home for longer periods of time. So they're trying to make it so that basically the distances shorten for, like, rural communities, so that people can effectively work further away from home without having to, like, stay like away from home for, like, weeks at a time. Because I mean, there's that South China, the news agency, they usually have, like,
South China
story.
Morning Post.
Yeah. There was, like, one thing about, like, how children are, like, left behind by, like, their parents working in the cities, and that's, like, one thing, like, they're working on to, like, close the distances so, like, people don't have to stay away from home.
Yeah,
but
I
of
mean,
course, they're also
it's,
pushing people to move into cities as well. Like
especially private companies and private actors are, that they want to settle in urban companies, right? Like, there aren't, like, big corporations, whether they're Chinese owned or foreign owned companies, like, they don't want to, build their offices or whatever in, like, a random village in rural China, right? Like,
no,
all the big private companies, they're gonna settle in the big cities, right? In the south, like in Guangdong, which is more like, like the industry area. So if they they're doing like factories or production, if they're that kind of company, then they want their offices there. Or if it's more like a high-tech, like a modern, intuitive solutions kind of company, then they want to settle in Shanghai, which is like this multicultural business hub where people from all over can come together and work in low wages. No, but yeah, like they wanna, you know, they wanna be where the people are. The song,
Yeah.
like that. And yeah, like the train thing, like they want to expand the public infrastructure, because like it all serves the whole pragmatic idea, you know, the nationalistic pragmatism or pragmatic nationalism. No, it's nationalistic pragmatism. That's the right way. It all serves like the greater like the greater goal of China, which is keeping China together and trying to prevent the domino effect that that the leadership in China is terrified of, which is that if separatism is allowed to grow in one part of the country, then separatism is going to grow in every part of the country. Which is also why they are, for example, not suppressing but neglecting things like minority Chinese languages, like the Wu language family, like Shanghainese. Like they don't want people to, you know, use Shanghainese in schools, for example, or at work. They want people to speak Mandarin. Like, you know, the Mandarin becomes the lingua franca of all of China, and as, you know, urbanization happens and people move in from the countryside, you know, cities become less and less, what's the word? Homogeneous. And so, you know, Mandarin just becomes the lingua franca of all of China, and regional languages start to die out. Like Wu and Hakka. And like when it comes to Xinjiang, they're spending a lot of money on high-speed rails from Beijing to Xinjiang, because they know that like people in the far west reaches of China, in Tibet and Xinjiang, they have a culture that's very different from, you know, from the Chinese culture, from the Mandarin Chinese culture, right? And they think of themselves as very far away from Beijing. It's like the purpose of, you know, high-speed rail run that more or less goes directly from Beijing to Xinjiang and doesn't really stop that much along the way. Like the you know, the purpose of it is literally just to bring a province that has like separatist leanings closer to the capital, to make it, you know, less, to make the country feel more integrated and make people less likely to want to become their own separate country, at least in the minds of the Chinese government. That's what it's gonna do.
Yeah, but as far as I know, I don't think
Fuck. I failed.
Yeah, I knew you were going.
Well, I have a save point. I don't have to start over from the very beginning.
Oh, really? You've been able to save this whole time?
Yes.
Wow.
But you know, that's cheating.
Yeah, there's no saves in real life.
Yeah. I mean, there's also no starting over from the beginning in real life, to be fair. Like if you run a red light, you're allowed to just go back to the beginning of the rail line and start over.
Yeah, car is just waiting for you. It's like, nope, let's do this again. punch it.
No, I can't. If I throttle up too quickly, I get the red squiggly lines, and they look scary. Look at that! Look how scary that is! Look at the red squiggly lines! I don't want those. I don't know what it does. I don't know what those mean, but I don't want them.
Dangerous.
They told me not to throttle too fast. They told me never, ever, ever, ever. But I forget what they told me would happen if I did it.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't paying attention.
I also like your you put that clip up from the bus thing, and it all like devolved into like a big China discussion in the comments.
That was. I mean, I shouldn't have been surprised.
No, I figured that would happen.
Yeah. Like the top comment of that like thread is literally just like, oh, does this mean that China, like Azure is like pro China?
Yeah.
Like, no, it was a fucking meme. Like, did you see the bus? The bus was a giant China flag. It had China written on it like 20 times, and then in big letters on the back of the bus, it just said Polska. Like, of course it's a meme.
Yeah.
Why would anyone take that as a serious political statement? They're like, I'm a dengist now, I support China.
It feels like people feel like you leave them guessing, right? All the time. And they're like having to find secret messages in your videos to try to determine how to place you.
It's literally, I mean, it's literally the same thing with like my ideology, right? Like I can say I'm an Orthodox Marxist however many times I want. People will still be like, oh, so I guess you're like a secret Leninist, or a secret Trotskyist, or a secret anarchist. Like literally like every fucking ideology, like from Lenin to Trotsky to Stalin to Mao to anarchists, like all of them want to say that I don't belong to them, right? Like the anarchists will say that I am a Stalinist, and the Stalinists will say I'm a Trotskyist, and you know, the Maoists will say I'm a Leninist, and the Leninists will say I'm a Maoist, you know? Or like a left com or ultra leftist or all that shit, right? Like no one wants to believe that I am what I say I am. Everyone wants to say that I belong to someone else.
Yeah. I just call you a boring vanilla Marxist.
Yeah. You're the only one that accepts me for who I am.
Exactly.
Or like, I mean, even some Orthodox Marxists, they don't want to, you know, say that I'm an Orthodox Marxist because, like, oh, I've read Lenin, you know, like I'm like, especially like anti-imperialism and stuff. Like, like a lot of Orthodox Marxists can't like wrap their head around like, having critical support for like a country that's being invaded or imperialized.
Yeah.
Like they want to. I don't really understand why, but you know, a lot of Orthodox Marxists, or like neo-Marxists, or Western Marxists, whatever you want to call them, they you know, they want to look at everything like objectively or whatever. Like they don't want to choose a lesser evil, you know, which I get. I get the sentiment of not wanting to choose a lesser evil, but sometimes, you know.
Yeah, you kind of have to like, I mean, we live in the real world. The real world isn't perfect, right? Like, and it's...
And it's like,
yeah, like...
You can be an anti-imperialist and defend a country that's being imperialized or being invaded without saying that the country that's being invaded are like the good guys, right?
Yeah.
Like you can condemn Nazi Germany's invasion of Poland without saying that Poland's, you know, authoritarian and conservative government that they had at the time was like this perfect utopia. Like, of course it wasn't. They were conservative. They were an authoritarian regime, right? Like they had a dictator for a long time. Like,
Yeah.
of course Poland wasn't a good, like a perfect government, but like that doesn't justify Nazi Germany's invasion, right?
No.
Like that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this was very like prevalent, especially in the Syrian war, right? Like it was me personally when talking about it, right? Like, of course, you know, with the whole Russia helping Assad in this case, right? Like, and it's like we all recognize that Russia is not a very good country, right? But in this case, they were protecting the sovereignty of Syria against imperialism,
Yeah.
Western imperialism, right?
Not
But it
out of
always,
altruism, of course.
no, of course not, right? But like it quickly devolved into like irrelevant things, right? Which is like,
Yeah.
yes, of course, it's like you know, you have the socially conservative aspects of like Russia, but it was being brought up as like a counter to, you know, Russia being in Syria, right? Which really doesn't have anything to do with each other, right?
Yeah.
But it was like, you know, oh, don't you know they do this? So you, if you support them protecting Syrian sovereignty, means that you're all right with whatever the Russian government is doing internally, right? It's like, no,
Yeah.
of course not.
Yeah. Joe Biden released a 19-year-old man, or 19-year-old like youth. I don't know, like, you're not really a grown man when you're 19 years old, but
A youngster.
yeah, a 19-year-old who had been in Guantanamo for 4 years, without being charged with anything.
Yeah.
And like a related article to that one, I think it was Reuters, was talking about like it was like criticizing a foreign diplomat from China who was accusing Australia and the United States of human rights violation. And like the article was saying that like China has never done this before. Like China has never accused other countries of violating human rights, and this is actually like this is bad. Experts, unnamed, unspecified experts in, I guess, experts in on China, I guess, I don't even know, but unnamed, unspecified experts in an unnamed subject say that this is bad because it violates norms surrounding like human rights. And like the only norm, like the article didn't specify, but the only norm that I could see that was being violated was you're not supposed to accuse the like Western countries of violating human rights. Like that's the norm, right? And
Yeah.
China is bad because they're accusing Australia and the United States of violating human rights. And the article said like, oh, China's only doing this to like deflect from the accusations laid against China, right, with the concentration camps in Xinjiang.
Yeah.
And like, even so, like even if they're literally just doing it to like deflect blame or deflect their accusations against China, that doesn't mean that like Australia, you know, committing genocide against their indigenous population, the United States having, you know, the largest prison population in the world, running the Guantanamo Bay fucking torture camp, and like imprisoning and over-policing black and brown communities, or China's fucking residential schools and like all the child skeletons they found like just this year. Like that doesn't mean that none of those things are relevant.
Yeah.
Like, oh, China's just doing this to deflect criticism. Like, yeah, of course they are. But that doesn't mean that the Western countries can't violate human rights too.
Yeah.
So it just made me very frustrated to see that. Like, I think it was Reuters, and they were like, just the whole article was just like, oh, China's very evil because they don't want, you know, they want to deflect, they want to do a whataboutism. But like the Western world, like Western countries like USA, Canada, Australia, UK, like they're literally being hypocritical every time they accuse another country of violating human rights. And like when you bring that up to like Americans or to, you know, Joe Biden himself, they'll say shit like, well, we can't do anything, right, because of the filibuster, right? Like we can't we want to close Guantanamo, but the Republicans, they don't, you know, the Senate. Like, could you imagine if like China said like, oh, we want to close all the, you know, detention camps in Xinjiang, we want to do that, but actually there's this like 200-year-old like legal thing in our like constitution, and like it's this like really like ancient thing. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but basically it allows like, you know, less than a majority of the, you know, the Congress to block legislation if they don't agree with it. And so because of that, even though like the president wants to do it, and like the most of the politicians want to do it, and like we want to really close these, you know, we really want to stop violating human rights, but actually we can't for legal reasons. Like, do you think Joe Biden would be like understandable, have a nice day, and just like, oh well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a shame that China, you know, legally can't stop violating human rights, but you know, it's the same boat we're in, so it's not, you know, we can understand. No, of course not. They would just say, oh, you're just making excuses to keep violating human rights. Like, yeah, just like you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's literally the whole thing right now that, of course, like the liberals in America have like jumped on board with, right? This whole, because the big discussion around Trump, right, was the literal concentration camps at the borders, right? And they were like, oh yeah, that's so horrible. We need to do something. We need to get rid of Trump so we can fix this. And now Trump is gone, and they're like doing it like they renamed the camps. Basically, that's basically what they did, right? Like now they're like these like in between processing camps, not concentration camps anymore. They're exactly the same, they just have a different name that sounds nicer, and we're working on it because we couldn't just release all these people. Like we have to detain them because reasons, right?
Yeah. Sorry, just had to. Yeah, I mean, and like they're also like not adhering to like COVID restrictions and shit. Like they're putting like a bunch of people next to each other. Because you know, immigrants, you know, they don't deserve to be protected from COVID-19.
Yeah.
You know, like if they didn't want to get COVID, they shouldn't have come to America.
Yeah, exactly. Like just stay in your country. They send Kamala to go down and say, if you don't want COVID or any of the other bad things we're gonna do to you, don't come here. It's for your own good, right?
Yeah.
I think Troll asked like, what is an ultra leftist?
Well, ultra leftist is like an umbrella term for a number of different ideologies. One of them being left communism, which was a terminology that arose in the Soviet Union during the Lenin's era in the 20s, when the Bolsheviks wanted... The Bolsheviks implemented a policy called the New Economic Policy, which replaced the previous system of war communism, which ran on like rations and like strict, you know, command economy, and rationing out like goods and services to the population through the like government. And the war communism system was only supposed to last until the Civil War was over. So when the Civil War was over, Lenin wanted to implement a system he called the New Economic Policy, which introduced basically what you might call state socialism or state capitalism, where most of the government or most of the economy is run by state operated enterprises, and the government sets targets and guidelines and things, not in 5-year plans per se, but in more broad terms. There's a limited space for privately owned companies, and there's like a market-like system, but not really to the extent, not like a mixed economy in the way that you like might think of China, because China is like at this point mostly private. The New Economic Policy was overwhelmingly state-owned and operated, but with I guess more like Cuba is today. Like even the privately owned companies still are heavily regulated by the government. And you also have private entities like cooperatives, like agricultural cooperatives and industrial cooperatives, which are like legally private companies, right? But they are run by the workers themselves instead of a single person as a capitalist, right?
Yeah.
And opponents of the new economic policy were referred to as left communists, and supporters of the new economic policy were called right communists. And left communists were Bolsheviks, right? And they were part of the government. And then it eventually started being applied to Italian communists and followers of Bordiga, who were like anti-Leninist communists, I guess you could say. I mean, Tito was like an anti-Stalinist Leninist, but Joseph Tito was like, I would say, more of a follower of, like, closer to right communism, like closer to the new economic policy than Stalin was, because Stalin obviously did the 5-year plans instead of the new economic policy. You probably know a bit more about the details of this stuff than I do.
Well, I don't know about Tito specifically, right? But
yeah, the 5-year plans and stuff, I imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Italian current were probably the most famous like left communists these days. There are still quite a lot of people who read Bordiga and follow Bordigism and stuff. Yeah, Yugoslavia was worker cooperatives. The free market worker cooperatives basically was the system of Yugoslavia.
Yeah, it was. From what I remember, Yugoslavia had it was like a profit sharing, state owned, like kind of thing. Like they weren't like private entities, I think, but there was like a profit sharing aspect to like the workers who worked for if it was like a state company, right? Like there was a profit sharing program, so like the workers that worked for whatever factory, they had a profit sharing scheme going on, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So left communist or ultra leftist today. Ultra leftist is, like I said, a broader term which encompasses left communists. They're when people talk about ultra leftists, it's usually like in a derogatory way, and they're usually criticized for being what's called like armchair revolutionaries, people who they criticize revolutionary countries a lot. They are very opposed to the idea of critical support and anti-imperialism, or not opposed to anti-imperialism, they're not pro-imperialism, but they're not, they don't believe in supporting a like non-communist regime like Assad's Syria, for example, in the face of foreign imperialism, right? Ultra-leftists are the kind of people who would say that like the protesters in Cuba have the right of it because the government in Cuba is authoritarian, and it doesn't matter if the protests are like funded by astroturfed by the State Department, right? Like Cuba should still have a revolution to overthrow the authoritarian communist regime, right? That's like what an ultra leftist would say.
Yeah, it's impossible to because there'll always be something, right? Like it is literally impossible to please the modern kind of the ultra leftist people that we have like today, right? Like they'll always find something to withdraw their support, right?
Yeah, they're certainly not the kind of people who bring up historical examples of systems that they do like.
Yeah.
They more often than not they bring up, systems that they did not like, and like ultra leftist, like far left communist organizations and stuff, and ultra leftists in general, like they can bring up salient points and good critiques and even come with good suggestions for how things could have been improved, but they like the criticism against them is usually about how they're kind of blind to the bigger picture. And you know, I used the I've used the comparison that it's like worrying about like how you haven't watered your plants while your house is on fire. You know?
Yeah.
It's a bit like that. Like you bring up a good point, and like if it, you know, if it wasn't for the current circumstances, we could talk about that. But right now, we have to evacuate because like the fire marshal is going to be here any second.
Yeah. I mean, liberal-ish communists, they're probably like I usually call them just like the like utopian, right? Like they firmly believe that it should be what this utopian idea is, right? And anything that deviates from that is wrong, right?
Yeah, I guess they are a bit like utopian socialists, like the historical utopian socialists before Marx, even though they are Marxists.
Yeah.
They kind of they're not really idealists in the philosophical sense, but in the practical sense of what their strategy amounts to, it does more or less amount to, you know, critiquing and having good ideas about stuff until your good ideas have been implemented, and not really thinking about how it's going to happen materialistically. Yeah. And yes, Comrade Carter, this is the ICE3.
But all in all, they're very frustrating to interact with sometimes. Like, I mean, this is just from my personal experience with interacting with them, right? Like, they're just, I see a lot of like crossover between like the modern day like European Trotskyists and like the left com, right?
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Hansen.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, to be pedantic, right? Realism is not the opposite of idealism. When we talk about idealism, we're not talking about like being idealistic. Like there's this concept and like colloquial meaning of being an idealist, where you have good ideas about stuff, or like you're like a visionary, right? Idealism is a philosophical concept about the nature of reality and how the world works and how the universe works and what it's made of and stuff. It's like almost like an existential kind of thing. Where idealists or dualists are also kind of idealist, believe that, for example, the mind is a concept, or the mind is basically something that can't be explained by physical phenomena, right? Like they kind of like believe in like a soul, or in like the separateness of the mind from the body and from the physical reality. Religious people use dualistic arguments a lot, like talking about how the physical body is one thing, and like, oh, you can explain the brain with like all the chemical formulas and synapses and all these things, but really the soul is like this non-physical thing. Oh hey, Anarchy69, yeah, you're free to join anytime. Yep. And when we talk about something like Hegelian idealism, which is based on this kind of idea that, you know, ideas are like a non-physical thing. Ideas exist in like this ether dimension where they're not affected by the physical world. like idealists, Hegelian idealists, for example, would be very opposed to something like Gramscian hegemony, the theory of hegemony, or the Marxist theory of the base and the superstructure, which say that the kind of world that we live in, the system that we have, the economic mode of production, actually affects the kinds of ideas people have about stuff. A Hegelian idealist would say, no. People have ideas. And when someone has a very good idea, the whole world looks at that idea and says, that's the best way to do this. And then that happens. And then Hegel also has like dialectics, right? This concept of you have an idea, you have a thesis, and then you have the opposite idea, which is the antithesis. And then they like meet in like the marketplace of ideas, right? Literally like the Ben Shapiro thing. Like these two, you have these two ideas and they meet in the marketplace of ideas. And whichever idea is the best one, that is like the one that will shape the future, right? And that becomes the synthesis, the result of the meeting of these two ideas. It's not a 50-50 split. Like some people think that like the synthesis is like if you have capitalism, socialism, these are two different ideas, and then the synthesis of them is social democracy. That's not really how it works. The concept is you have two different ideas and they meet, and if one of them is stronger, then that's the one that will be dominant, but it will be changed because it has met with this antithesis, right? And that becomes the synthesis. Even if the synthesis looks a lot like the thesis or the antithesis, they like the synthesis will technically be a separate thing. That's like Hegelian idealism. It's like the world is shaped by ideas, and then Marxist dialectics, which is based on Hegelian idealism, but it said that Marx like quote unquote turned Hegel on his head. He did that by basing his philosophy on materialism, which is the opposite of idealism, which is saying that it's actually the material world and how the world physically looks and works and things in the physical world that affects and creates ideas. And the kind of economic system that we have and the system that we've grown up in, you know, like conservative capitalism, that affects how people perceive the world. Like there's this concept of the Overton window in politics, which is this is how far right you can go, this is how far left you can go. Anything outside of that is unreasonable and ridiculous. But then someone comes along, like, you know, in the United States you can talk of AOC or Bernie Sanders, and you can talk of the concept of pushing the Overton window to the left, which means that suddenly these left-wing ideas that, you know, a couple decades ago were unthinkable, now they've become mainstream. All right, and that's kind of related to this idea of hegemony, cultural hegemony, and the superstructure. Is that the current system that we live under, the current economic system, has rules, like unwritten rules, about what's acceptable to talk about and what's unacceptable to talk about. What's radical and revolutionary and bad and illegal and terroristic, and what is acceptable political discourse. And that all depends, like that all changes based on the circumstances, based on the context. Like talking about, you know, trans rights, that was like, you know, niche discourse, like definitely not something any congressperson would talk about like 20 years ago. But now all of a sudden, oh no, trans rights, that's like a political thing, right? And in the opposite vein, like gay marriage, that was something that at first you never talked about it, then it became a political issue with people on the pro side and people on the anti side, and then when it was legalized, suddenly, oh, we don't talk about gay marriage anymore, or even like gay rights anymore. We don't really talk about gay people at all, because that's been resolved. That's outside of the Overton window, that's outside of the superstructure, or not outside of the superstructure, but that's like outside of the realm of acceptable political discourse now. We don't talk about it anymore because it's been resolved. It's in the past. We're moving forward.
I had a discussion with someone earlier on Pinker the Bear's stream, right? Like, and it was this idea of like, oh, well, Bernie, like, basically woke the American people up and stuff like that. And I'm like, Bernie's been at it for years, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like this kind of like, which in America goes like, oh, we needed Bernie because, you know, he's the one that pushed us left, right? And stuff like that. But
Mm.
arguably, like, this whole attaching kind of like a consciousness to the oppression of capitalism to like a politicians, right? I think it's the other way around, right? It's the fact that people were like how to explain it? It starts at the other end. It's not that Bernie showed up and everybody became like leftist. Like, I think people like nobody would have become leftist because of Bernie if there wasn't already kind of like a emerging bit of like class consciousness, right? Like people
Yeah.
seeing that capitalism doesn't work for them, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, I feel like, especially in America right now, like even leftists are like giving like Bernie and AOC kind of like wiggle room because they're like, oh well, they're like the fathers of this, or like the parents of this like newborn leftism, so we got to let them do whatever they do because they were the ones that woke us up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is,
They become the symbols of socialism in America.
Exactly. And I think viewing it like that comes with its dangers, because I feel like that just funnels people into like this like de-radicalizing social democratic kind of way of thinking, right? Where you're like thinking, oh, we need them to be able to push us left, right?
Yeah.
And we need to like follow them in their journey to be able to further go to the left, right? And I feel like that's not
saying
necessary.
Cults of personality are bad?
Oh, yeah, basically.
I thought you were a Stalinist.
Exactly. Don't let my Stalinist friends know of this, okay? I will never be able to show up at the Stalin meetings anymore.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, and
that is actually one of the things that I kind of admire about Fidel Castro is, I mean, Lenin did it too, right? But like Fidel Castro was aware of the dangers of a cult of personality, and before he died, he literally said like, don't name any streets after me, don't put up any statues of me, don't revere me like a holy figure, because like we know what happened in the Soviet Union when Stalin took the image of Lenin and like used it as like a political tool. Like he wasn't really, like he wasn't actually about respecting Lenin. It was about creating this, creating a symbol that was easy to get people to rally around, all kind of for the benefit of Stalin himself, because Stalin didn't put up really any statues of himself.
No, exactly. Yeah, Stalin was against it. Oh, sorry, 1 second.
That's the Stalin Council calling you. They were listening to the stream.
It's grandma. 1 second.
Whoa, your grandma works for the Stalin Council? That's insane. Okay. Oh no, 40 kilometers. Alright. Alright, we are stopping here. This is the last stop. I'm gonna save just in case. His grandma is Stalin? Whoa, that's insane. That explains a lot. I set up some controls, by the way. I've got controls for the throttle and the brakes. I've tied it to my WASD, which is very convenient. I do like the snow effect on the train. I do like how it looks all cool with the snow on it. It's a very cool looking train. I like it. $250 meters. I feel like Nightbot is posting too often. kind of want to do something about that. I see 3 looks like a snake. Yeah, kind of. It's very long, but I like it. I think it's cool. It looks fast. It looks like a very fast train. New. It is a fast train as well. You think Stalin had the Sigma grind set? I'll be honest, I don't know what that means. I couldn't really tell you what that means. But sure. Why not? Alpha mindset. It does annoy me a little bit, the alpha thing. I mean, first of all, yeah, like it's like a lot of it is just like toxic masculinity and stuff. But also, like, even when you're talking about like alphas and betas in animals, it's actually not that accepted of a theory in like zoology that like, oh, some animals are alphas and some animals are betas. Usually when you're talking about like dominant figures in animals, it's usually like the oldest, or you know, like the like literally the parent or the grandparent of the other people in the pack. When it comes to wolves, for example, like the alpha male is usually just like the father of the other wolves. So it's not really about like, oh, this wolf is the strongest, most alpha. It's literally just like, this is the dad of all the other ones.
Yeah.
So
I thought like, so this whole like alpha theory came up like in the 70s from like someone studying wolves, and I think like he regretted his research
yes,
because it was like used in a way, and like he said like, I was wrong, right? Like my research was wrong and you guys have taken it to a different level that's even more wrong, right? Like,
yeah. No, it was the study was done on wolves in captivity, not wolves in the wild. And it was also, I think it was related to other research about chickens and pecking order, which again was done on chickens in captivity and domesticated chickens and not wild animals. But the pecking order thing was about how this certain chickens or roosters are the first ones to be allowed to eat, and then the other ones follow. But that research was also retracted. That also turned out to be wrong. So the whole alpha thing, even in animals, was not really true.
Yeah.
Drive this westbound regional express RE9 service to Aachen. Köln, Aachen. 8 carts, 142.8 meters. Okay, that sounds like it all makes good sense. We're going here, we're going over there. Stop. Yeah, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stops.
Oh, don't forget you promised a steam locomotive as well at some point.
Oh yeah, we can do that today if you want.
Yeah.
Unlock the doors. I guess we'll unlock right. I don't think we're supposed to let people off on here. Oh, look, we got ramps. The things have ramps. That's nice.
Meters is just correct, okay? Like,
yeah.
I lived in America, right? And it's like, I never grasped American like distances, right?
No.
Like inches or anything like that. And I lived there for 4 years. The only thing I could somewhat kind of grasp was Fahrenheit, because like I could like, not exactly, right? Like if in Celsius, I know exactly how it feels like reading Celsius, but in Fahrenheit it was like, where to the point where I was like, yeah, this is nice weather, this is really hot, or this is cold, right? To that extent. But like ways of like measuring volume, length, and stuff like that. It's just I never got it.
Yeah. Mm. Ah. There
Yeah,
you go.
America #1.
And now we just gotta wait. That's released. That's released. What is the tempo map? It looks like it's something to do with the speed.
Yeah, trains feel way more advanced than they should be. As I said, they're like, you know, either straight or backwards.
Pretty much.
What kind of anarchy? Oh, by the way, anarchy, do you still go by Trekkie or you want to be called anarchy now?
Why are we moving forward? What's that? Tempo mat. That makes us roll, I guess. I'm not really sure why.
I don't know.
We're not even throttling. How is it making us move? Like the pressure wasn't
Sam.
even... I think I fucked it up somehow. There. Call me Sam? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that I don't know what that button does. It's just confusing me.
Probably there for no reason.
Yeah. It's
Probably
probably
like just like fidget spinner for like train drivers, just buttons to press because they're bored, right?
Yeah. That's the reason for most of these buttons and dials.
Yeah.
It's just fun. Like the
like,
original like design for like electrical trains was just like one lever and it was forwards and backwards. And then the train drivers were like, I wish there were like more buttons. I feel like I wish my job felt more important.
Yeah.
So they just put in a bunch of extra buttons and dials.
Exactly. Like really it's just like one lever that's like back and forth, but it felt so empty, right? Like
Yeah.
strawberry banana. I never got into making smoothies because it's like the cleanup is a nightmare, and that always turned me off of it. Like I like smoothies, it's just like the cleanup I do not like.
Yeah.
And there would be moldy fruit all over the place because I am not very good at that stuff.
Yeah. That's basically what driver awareness systems are. Yeah, I turned on the driver awareness system, but it was annoying, so I turned it off. I do wanna turn on the PZB thing though, because that does genuinely feel useful. But not right now. See if just a button to press so the train knows you're awake, pretty much. That is basically what it is. I made smoothies for a while, but yeah, like you said, it's just the cleanup. It's not really worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love cooking too, right? Like, but for some reason, smoothies, it's a hard cleanup because it's like the machinery used for it.
Yeah, you have to clean the like individual blade, like the blades of the blender, and it can.
Yeah.
If you have I guess it depends on what kind of blender you have, but at least the one I have, it's very difficult to clean.
I mean, if only there was like a company that had a machine that pushed bags of smoothie for you, like, so it wouldn't be a cleanup, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And you bought the bags from that company, and then you
Yeah.
put it in this expensive machine, and the machine squeezed the bag for you.
Yeah. That wasn't even smoothies. That was just juice.
Yeah.
Juicero,
It's like
it was called.
it was like so like heavily invested in by like these tech bros, right? Like tech bro investors, right? Like, oh my
Yeah.
goodness gracious.
I feel like it like it's a very good summary of what I like to call like tech liberalism. Or
Yeah.
like techno liberalism, which is, you know, tech bros who like have all these great ideas for how technology can save the world. Oh fuck. Oh my god, the stop is right here.
Yeah, that's not gonna make it.
How dare you?
Well, you've literally already passed it by a lot. You're halfway to the next stop now.
No. No.
Well, that's good. I mean, I guess, yeah, maybe I just haven't had the right equipment for smoothies.
Yeah.
There's that one YouTuber. I don't know if everybody, the crazy Russian hacker.
I've heard the name.
He became like big because one of his videos went viral on basically explaining how you're supposed to uh, like use the foil wrapper, like the plastic foil wrapper, like how you're supposed to like tear it off, which I thought was like, yes, that's how you use it. But apparently that was like this discovery, and he went viral. And you know, he built his channel, and he built a lot of his channel around like buying a bunch of gadgets, like kitchen gadgets that are like highly specialized, which, you know,
Yeah.
just take up space, right? But so he did reviews of all these things, and he loved everything, right? Like, he's the worst reviewer because like he liked everything. Like there was nothing he didn't like, even if they didn't properly work like they should. He would find like an aspect of them that was like a plus, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like,
Well, this
there was
juicero machine doesn't work, but you can use it as a like a letterpress.
yeah,
You
exactly.
can put it on your desk. Paperweight.
You can put a banana in it and flatten it.
Yeah.
So, but no, but it wasn't specific at Lucero, but it was like a lot of things, and
Yeah.
like you could see him sometimes struggle using them as they were intended, but he would still be like, "Oh, this is pretty useful" and stuff like that, and disregarding like the logical thinking. What do I really need this? Is this something good to have in your home? Like specifically, like a grape de-seeder, right? Do I want that laying around somewhere? Which most people is like, no. I don't de-seed grapes very often. Plus, grapes usually come seedless, so why do I want space for this? But no, it was like everything was this revolutionary thing
Yeah.
to him, right? I mean, it's kind of endearing, right? But like, I hope no one took him like too serious.
Yeah. All right, that was perfect parking.
Flawless.
So don't count that one.
There's so many times where like I've had to get somewhere important with public transport.
And the train driver goes past your station and then backs up.
No, but like
What do you mean?
I've
Does that not happen? Like not a normal occurrence?
But I've been like silly enough because usually if you use public transport, you should make sure that you don't take the very last possible way you can get there in time, right? Like
Yeah.
you take like a train before the last train you need to actually take. So, but if my train, and I was in this position where it's like I need to catch this train, just like blasted by the station, I would have a mini heart attack.
Yeah. And then if the train driver got out and started looking for posters to replace, because that's
Yeah.
apparently part of their job. Yeah, it's just like budget,
Yeah, budget
cutbacks.
cuts. Yeah. Goes out with one of those, like, when you pick up like litter with that little sticky thing, right? Just goes out, starts like picking up trash.
Yeah.
Oh, did everybody conclude the cult of personality conversation that I had to leave?
I think so.
Oh, fine. Fine. I won't say any more about it then. Why are you not going?
I don't feel like it.
Oh, okay. You're already 5 minutes late and you haven't left this station.
Oh. Well, the doors are open.
Nice.
So that it prevents you from going when the doors are open. Wait for the pressure to drop. Apply a little bit of power. Please. Please. Please drive.
Beehive wigs.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Easy. No problem.
In my cult of personality, everyone has to wear beehive wigs.
Oh, I thought it said bee wings. Like, bee wings, huh? I didn't realize that was something that you liked. Yeah, wigs. Got it.
Bee wings. It's just this tiny little.
Well, like big ones, like plastic ones, like a costume.
The worst fairy ever, like a human-sized person with tiny bee wings.
Bee wings taste better than chicken wings? That's terrible.
I haven't tried, but I'll take your word for it. Ew.
Yeah, I was gonna tune into your stream yesterday, by the way, Sam, but I was way too tired. I had to go to bed. Wow, it's telling us to go full speed, huh?
Yeah.
Max power 175.
And then it'll immediately tell you to slow down to 40.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that's kind of like how, like if you fly from like Skåne to Stockholm, like the airplane, just as it reaches like optimal altitude, it needs to start going down again because the distance is so short.
Oh, you didn't stream yesterday? Oh, right. Maybe what I'm remembering is you sent out a Discord notification. And I saw it, and I thought you were gonna stream, and I thought about tuning in, but I didn't because I had to fall asleep. That might be what I'm remembering. I was like half awake at the time. But okay, that's okay. Well, that's good then. I didn't miss your stream.
No.
Sam's Shabbat streams are usually at like 11 p.m. Our time, and like I've done streams at at that point, before. It's just, you know. Especially right now, like I've like reset my circadian rhythm and everything, and like I actually have like a pretty reasonable sleep schedule, and I kind of want to try to preserve that.
I'm jealous. I literally haven't slept yet.
And
No, I woke up yesterday at 12, like noon, and I
yeah.
haven't slept since.
Oh wow.
Because I went to the doctor for my eye,
Yeah.
and because that's been bothering me, so I got antibiotics now, so.
Oh, that's good. So it's like a bacterial thing.
They think so, because it's unusual, right? Because you usually get in both eyes, only having one eye, and it doesn't like hurt. But the serious things around like the eye is being sensitive to light and losing vision, right?
Yeah.
But I don't have that, and they checked like my cornea to see it wasn't damaged or anything, and it was fine.
Okay. I discovered that you can take the free roam camera and use it to like go ahead of the train and check like what the upcoming signals are going to be. And I'm sure there's an easier way to do that. But well, I know there's an easier way to do that because every signal is supposed to also tell you what the next signal is going to be. But that one just looks green to me. That one doesn't look like anything to me.
Yeah.
How far can you go with the free roam camera? I think about this far. I think this is about it.
But Sam, if it's her birthday, why didn't you wake her up? You know?
Or maybe that one... No, that doesn't make sense. No, I don't get it. I don't get the signal thing.
It's a mystery.
It's not. There's a manual. I just didn't understand it. Oh, that one says 80.
Because Sam said she's working. She has a job. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Gotta do a anarchist uprising in her job.
Yeah. She probably doesn't work at like the mall where like their teenage boyfriend can like hang out all day when she's working. You know, like...
Yeah, what kind of anarchist are you? You can't even like burn her office building down.
Oh my god. Crying out loud, sure.
What, you're not gonna you're not gonna like do direct action to abolish work? That's what I do. When my girlfriend has to go to university, I just, you know, I shouldn't make it.
No, exactly. Well, I guess Haley's off the hook because now we won't know who it was.
Yeah. Oh, nah, that's a mess.
What is UX designer? I've never heard that.
UX. I don't know. What? Oh,
Nice. Oh,
user experience.
Okay. User experience. Yeah, that makes sense.
Got it. I was thinking UI, like user interface, like user something. I couldn't think of. I guess experience should be pretty obvious. Make her a train driver.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna become a train driver, but I am gonna force my loved ones to become train drivers. For no reason. Anarcho-totalitarianism. Is that when people they live under like a totalitarian system, but they do it voluntarily? Like it's like self-imposed totalitarianism? Do you know how much a train costs, John Bricks? You can't just casually buy land, build a railroad on it, and buy a train. Like, do you know how much money that is?
Also, I seen on Twitter. I mean, I don't understand Twitter, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm a boomer in this sense, right? But like, there was someone who had in their bio that they were unironically an anarcho-Stalinist.
That sounds like a meme.
Yeah, I mean, it must be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a meme. Even if they say it's unironic, I'm pretty sure that's like double irony.
No, I think if you say it's unironic, then it has to be unironic, right? Like,
It's like it's a contract. It's like a binding
yeah.
contract. Did I fail? Yeah, I failed. I have to restart. Well, I guess that's like an extra miss, but we're not doing a bet right now, so it doesn't matter. This is all just a practice. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about before, right? Like Stalin did create a cult of personalities. He didn't like the cult of personalities surrounding him, right? But he did inadvertently start like the behavior going by creating a cult personality around Lenin, right? B wings. Around God. No, I don't like there's a lot of things to be said about Stalin, right? But one thing that people like to do is like try to make it that like, oh, Stalin didn't really believe in like Marxism or Marxist Leninism, right? That it was like a ploy. And I do think Stalin genuinely like tried like and believed in Marxist Leninism, right? So I don't doubt that, you know, Stalin disliked the cult of personality around him, right? But that's kind of inconsequential, right? Like it doesn't really matter, to be honest. The whole cult of personality thing is more of like prevalent today, right? Like if we see with like certain people who call themselves Marxist Leninists who go to ridiculous length to, you know, just focusing on that very aspect, right? No, I mean I don't think he did. Because like in a lot of things that Stalin wrote, like it just seems like he's very worried about complacency within like the Soviet Union, right? That people will just think that uh, you know, the Soviet Union can do nothing wrong, right? And I think cult of personality ties into this thing that like, oh, as long as we have this person, we're fine, right? And Stalin has written about things where he's like really worried about the younger generation of like Soviet people, like just thinking that like, oh, we made it, like everything is perfect, we found the way of doing things, and just letting their guard down. And that kind of leads into this cult of personality thing that I think Stalin genuinely did not like cult of personality, even though he did do it with Lenin, right? But I highly doubt that he actually cared for it for himself very much. No, but Eshel, like you're I'm not we're not gonna get into like the whole Stalin thing, right? But I think you kind of have like a misconception on how the Soviet democratic system worked, right? Like it's like Stalin did had influence, but like he didn't have legislative power, right? And didn't really have much effect over like the elections themselves, right? Because that is so. But yeah, we're not gonna get into it. It's a whole thing. I'm not gonna have a Stalin conversation and Soviet Union conversation because it's pretty pointless, especially in this format.
I leave for like 5 minutes and you start talking about Stalin. Of course.
It wasn't me who started. It was your chat, okay?
Okay.
And I'm trying to get away from it, okay?
I saw a screenshot of a news article. Where is it? It's from Fox News. And it says, police apprehend penguins who keep sneaking into sushi restaurant. And I just wanted to say, first of all, you can only keep them for 24 hours before you have to charge them with something. And if you are going to charge them with something, they have the right to a lawyer. So.
Yeah.
And that's not going to, like, none of this is going to hold up in court, like, no matter what you charge them with, because they didn't steal anything. They're just in the restaurant, okay? And you can't arrest them for just being in a restaurant just because you think they might steal something, okay? That's like racist. That's racial profiling. Just because they're penguins, you think they're gonna steal the fish. What if they have money? What if they're gonna buy the sushi? You don't know. You don't know that.
I don't know if there's any precedent set for penguin law, to be honest.
Well, I mean, if they can be arrested, then they can go to court, and that means they have the right to a lawyer. It's that simple.
Saparsky, how about like, I mean, I know who you are, and I'm giving you like a kind of a chance, right? But don't be a dick. Like it's right there in the rules when you try to chat for the first time. Okay.
Oh yeah, don't be a dick to other people in chat. Or it's okay to mostly be a dick to us if it's like in a joking kind of way.
No, don't you dare make fun of me or make jokes on my expense.
Okay? Not Grom. Grom doesn't like it, but you can make fun of me.
I have zero chill, okay?
See, there's the passenger lights button. This train has a passenger lights, but the other one I couldn't find it.
Hey, Sebs.
Morning.
Oh, hi, Sebs.
Hi.
I didn't hear you join.
I just went. Great.
No, I've seen you in other chats, Saparsky. It's like, just be nice to people. Even if you disagree.
Yes, please. Oh my god. Also, finally, yesterday, it was officially announced that Castillo is the president, even though he's still not the president yet.
Yeah, I saw that. He's the president-elect now.
Yeah.
Academic Anarchist wrote me last night saying that they put that out in Argentinian news last night.
And also, he has the majority of the Congress, which is like, I didn't expect that. But
He
yeah,
doesn't have
I'm very
a
happy.
he doesn't have a majority. He has 37 seats.
I mean, he has the most seats
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
all the.
His
Yeah.
party his
yeah.
party is the biggest, but he doesn't have a majority.
Yeah, okay,
Um,
sure. Thank you for ruining everything.
Yeah, sorry to mansplain your own country's politics, but I looked at it this morning, and I looked through all the parties, and it seems like the liberal and like right-leaning parties have a majority, and there
I
are
mean,
only
yeah.
like 3 like kind of leftist parties. The Carrierist, oh no. No, the Popular Front, right, which is his party, and then the Indigenismo ones, MUUP, whichever one of those it is. And then there's another one that's really small. And they have like a third, I think, of Congress. And the 2/3 is like kind of right-leaning or conservative.
Yeah, but the thing is that in Peru, there's not like that much of a right or left unity in general.
Okay.
Kind of each part is on their own.
Okay.
And just when it's convenient, when it's super convenient, they decide to like unite.
Yeah.
And like by unite, like decide to vote together. But yeah.
Okay.
So like, and also given that there's like 7, 8 different parties in the Congress,
Yeah.
I would say that they still have some majority.
Yeah, alright. Well, that's good then. Peru is a presidential system, not a parliamentary or semi-presidential. So the president has more power than he does in most countries.
Yeah.
I think. That's what I could glean
Ultimate
from Wikipedia.
power.
I mean,
Not unlimited, but like...
I know,
No, ultimate.
yes, but yeah. Like, the president does have more power than the US president, or at least more than what people want to pretend that the US president has. But
Yeah. Yeah, in Ecuador, the situation is like the opposite, where the parliament, the Congress is like 2/3 or more than 2/3 like leftist parties, but the president is a conservative Christian Democrat.
Yeah.
But Ecuador, I think, is not a presidential system. They're semi-presidential, so the president doesn't have as much power in Ecuador.
He still controls the state, so...
I don't know exactly how much power the president in Ecuador has, but hopefully they're being like, you know, because the majority of people in Ecuador are left-leaning, but the conservative just won in the round-off vote. Kind of like Macron in France, like most people don't like him, but they voted for him because his opponent was like the fascist woman. I forget her name.
Like, I know that in Colombia there have been like really cracking down and trying to oppress as much as possible all leftist organizations, and like this leftist woman was literally kidnapped for like years and taken out of like society, and because she was a leftist in politics and the president was a right winger, so like they were like, you know what, I don't like you, I'm literally just going to kidnap you and and disappear you from the face of the earth for a couple of years until she finally got out or something. But yeah, and she wrote a book about it. So yeah, fun.
Yeah, I've heard that like the police brutality and stuff in Colombia has been very bad recently, but I haven't really read up too much about the situation.
Oh yeah, no, like the current situation with the police and stuff, it's horrible, but like it's been like years of like anti-left strides and efforts. Like
Yeah.
it's gotten pretty scary.
Yeah.
No. Oh my god. No, I'm not gonna get involved.
Yeah,
let's stop.
Oh my god.
I'm like an addict.
Oh my god. Okay, to be fair, Grom, you always bring that up. So
No, but I haven't. This wasn't me.
Yeah,
I
this
didn't
time
bring
I don't
up this.
think Grom was the one who brought it up.
yeah, I
I'm
know
gonna
that
actively
Grom
try to
didn't
quell
bring
it.
it up, but he always brings it up. So it's funny that now someone else is bringing it up, and he's like, "No, stop."
Yeah. But it is my stream, and I am saying, let's stop.
Yeah.
And I am the one with authority here. I'm the train driver, okay? Gotta respect the hat.
Gotta respect that.
You might not respect authority in general, but you gotta respect the train driver hat.
Yeah.
Even anarchists can recognize that.
Wait, train is train in Swedish?
No.
Or you just didn't want
No. Train
Right,
in
the
Swedish is tåg.
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 One day you'll learn how to speak Swedish. Don't worry
Says
about
the
it.
Danish person. Literally not from this country.
Wow.
It's been like 500 years, okay? You need to get over it.
It's been 200.
Was it
200
1500? No, it's not 200 years. It was in 1500, I thought.
Wait, your side of Sweden was part of Danish?
Yes.
Yeah.
For most of history.
Denmark. Oh, that explains a lot. God.
Yeah, exactly. I know, right?
You don't know anything about Danish people.
I mean, from what you've told me, like I
Don't
feel
listen
like I
to
have
me
a
when it
pretty
comes to
grasp.
Scandinavian. Like, you know, Scandinavians always riff on each other. You can't, like...
So now you don't know everything wrong. Right?
Well, I do, but, like, when I riff on Denmark, it is like... It's brotherly love, right? Like, that's what Scandinavians are like to each other. Like, we all like to insult
I don't
each
know. I've heard Preso talk shit about Denmark also, so...
Wait, I got like 6 levels for that.
Oh, you got a cone?
I put the cone down in the pothole.
I mean, you're
The game
20
is
minutes
like,
late, but at
"Whoa."
least you did the cone thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lock the doors.
Can we talk about how the pilot is the only person who is getting out of the train?
Well,
Like,
sometimes people
no
don't want to
one-
get off. There you go. Sometimes you have to turn the train off and turn it back on again. It's like computers. It's like technology. By the way, Grom, you have access to Nightbot, right? On this channel?
Yeah.
Can you change it so that it doesn't post as often? I feel like
Yeah.
it's kind of spamming the chat.
Sure.
It's like every 5
thing.
minutes or... It feels like even less
Okay.
than 5 minutes.
I get it.
Posting.
Okay, I'll put the timer too
Ron,
short. Okay.
can you please... Ron, please.
Please, you're ruining my stream.
Yeah. You did this.
How
You're the one that
embarrassing.
set up Nightbot. Are you... Like, what?
It's set at 15 and 20 minutes.
But there are like 3 different messages.
No, there's two messages. You have your socials, right? And then you have the Socialism 101. Socialism 101 is every 20 minutes. Socials is every 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. I guess that's why it feels like 5 minutes. Because it posts one and then it posts another.
Well, do you want them to be like, I don't know. Do you want it to be like 30 and 15?
I don't fucking know.
Oh, let's try that and see if you complain.
Okay.
Can you put both messages in one timer? So it like kind of...
I mean, I can, but it's just becomes like a wall of text right away, and it'll like push all the messages out of the way.
No, like 2 different messages in one timer.
So what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean this is fine. They're 15 minutes apart now. Okay, so it should be fine.
Just like in Streamlabs, you can put like multiple messages in one timer, and it like rotates the message. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't know that. I mean,
see.
I don't have access to Streamlabs, so I just have
Stream Elements.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Stream Elements. Okay.
There's
that makes
a
sense.
history question for you, Azure.
Who wrote the Pittsburgh Proclamation? That's not a question. That's just like a history fucking exam.
It's a quiz.
The Pittsburgh
Are you really a
Proclamation?
history teacher, Azure?
I don't give that much of a shit about American history. I don't know. Was it Benjamin Franklin? Your mistake giving a historian the opinion to ask history questions.
I mean,
I'm not a historian, okay? I'm a high school history teacher, right? My main job is to like get people to not put their shoes on the table.
Are you telling us that history teachers don't know history?
We do, not much as people who have PhDs in history.
I knew that,
Shouldn't
Sam.
the people with PhD in history be the ones teaching history? Just saying.
In high school?
Yes.
It's like 8 years.
I want to know all the information of history. I want to know.
If you want to know all of
history,
if you want to know all of history, you go to university.
No, I want to have that information in high school. I don't want to be a professional in history.
But that's a lot of information to teach in high school. High school doesn't last for 8 years.
Yeah, but I can ask my teacher and derail the class.
You can
to have
Google it also.
more useful information.
You can Google it. You can use Google.
But if I have a Google of Wikipedia with me during 8 years of high school, why wouldn't I ask them?
Because it's expensive hiring historians as high school teachers. There are a lot of high schools.
And that's why we need to abolish money. The
But
word
even then,
expensive
like even
will
in a
never
moneyless
appear.
society, you're not gonna have an infinite supply of people who've gotten a PhD in history.
Wow, are you commodifying human beings?
No, I'm
God,
saying
Seth.
that even in a classless, moneyless society, there wouldn't be an infinite amount of people who would want to study history for that long.
Yeah, but okay, can there be a historian teacher just in my high school?
Yes. Sure.
Okay.
There can be.
Okay, now I'm fine.
I mean, I could have a PhD in history if I wanted it, or if I got it. Like, if I wouldn't be, it wouldn't be illegal for me to teach history.
You can be that PhD of history historian that teaches high school.
Yes, I could be, if I wanted to. But I don't think I'm gonna get a PhD.
Okay, to be fair, PhDs are overrated, and all the people who have been in a PhD program have told me that they hated it and it's useless. And if you haven't worked in real life, it tends to be like cool. But when you have worked in like real life, and you go into a PhD, it seems like, wow, this is so fucking useless and pointless.
What do you mean? No. I mean, the PhDs are like very different depending on what. Like, it's.
I mean, yeah, they are very different, but like that's kind of the
There are some PhDs that
tendencies
you
of
like.
experience.
Some
but yeah.
PhDs are more valuable when it comes to like the job market, you know. Like sometimes there's some jobs that where you need to get a PhD, and some
Yeah.
jobs where you don't really.
Yeah. Hmm.
But
Like I'm talking about the PhDs the people who have retired from their PhDs because they thought it was pointless to have that education, and by pointless, like the information that they were getting there wasn't like useful for them. But of course, the PhD would have been like, of course, a benefit for their CV and stuff, you know.
yeah,
Where
maybe.
scientists, um, communications major, and chemical engineer. So that's like a fairly different range of like
Yeah.
careers. So I think that's why I feel like it's a tendency that happens in all PhDs. So,
Well,
yeah.
what does make up for it is that you can legally call yourself a doctor.
True. And like
I feel like that might be worth it.
people still call my mother a doctor even though she didn't finish her PhD.
That's not fair. You can't do that.
I mean, she corrects people and tell them I'm actually not a
Yeah.
doctor, but thank you.
I thought you were going to say she corrects other women when they don't call her a doctor. She's like, actually, I almost finished my PhD, so
Yeah.
might as well call me a
Actually,
doctor.
I went to college. I didn't get my
Yeah.
degree, but I did go to college, so you should
I mean,
call me a doctor.
She does have a master, you
Yeah,
know,
I know.
but
I was just
still.
joking. I don't want to disrespect your mother.
Wow.
I said I don't want to disrespect your mother.
Attempting to disrespect my mother?
No, I said I don't want.
Yeah, I mean, PhDs, like to say that PhDs, from my knowledge, that's where a lot of like research is done by people doing their PhD work, right? Like,
Yeah.
so of course it's.
I've read a lot of like university theses, and a lot of them are really interesting. But I don't think I would ever want to write one myself because that's a lot of work.
I've not read any theses because I'm not an insufferable nerd. But
Thanks.
Oh my god, I've read a thesis once.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't call myself a nerd. I haven't read another thing.
I mean, come on, Azure is a nerd though. Like,
I mean, yeah.
you gotta.
Wow, fuck it. Thanks a lot, Subs. Thanks for having my back on that one.
Sure, I literally asked you the day before yesterday, why do you know so much? And you literally replied to me saying, I just read.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's usually how people know stuff.
If that doesn't make you a nerd, I don't know what does.
Reading?
Yes.
Only nerds read.
Like,
real chads are illiterate.
Like, I'm not much of a reader, to be honest, right? Like, I've been a socialist for a long time, and like I'm knowledgeable about some stuff, but I've never been much of a reader. Like, I got most of my stuff from just talking to people. Like, I've talked to a lot of people.
Yeah, you talk to people who read.
Yeah, exactly.
You're getting second-hand knowledge.
Exactly. I'm just absorbing. I'm like a intellect stealer.
Yeah.
You know, Rob is a fake
knowledge.
Socialist when you learn that he hasn't read the whole Das Kapital.
Yeah, I'm never gonna read Das Kapital. Like, it's just no. I don't see the value in it for me personally.
No, I have read Das Kapital and I agree. You don't need to do it.
I agree. There is no value in it for you, Grum. You wouldn't understand.
There isn't really value in it for most people because a lot of it is just math.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
a lot of it
really?
is like been like like it's like the concepts of Das Kapital have like been incorporated into like the rest of Marxism, and like all if you read the other stuff of Marx, you get what Das Kapital is about. Like a lot of what Das Kapital is it brings up like concrete example of how capitalism sucks, but I feel like most people already know that.
Yeah.
You know, like it talks about like, you know, the inherent like contradictions of capitalism, and like gives various examples for how capitalism is an unstable system and how it inevitably is gonna have like an economic crisis like about every 10 to 20 years, which like if you live in the world and you know, like if you've been alive for 10 years, then you know that that's true, because you know that generally there is a recession every 10 to 20 years, and there has been since, you know, the 19th century.
Yeah. And yeah, Sam, like I think there's literally university courses that is just basically we're gonna read Das Kapital. That's what we're gonna do.
I think David Harvey had a course like that once.
Yeah.
Oh my god, really? I want that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all online. You can literally listen to the whole thing on. If you go on YouTube, you can search David Harvey Das Kapital or David Harvey Capital.
Yeah, sure, but also I don't want to make any sort of effort whatsoever.
You literally
when I learn.
just said you wanted that, and now I'm telling you how to get it, and you're saying,
I
"Wow,
want to, like,
you don't
if
actually
I were
want
in
it."
a college, and
Like,
if my college had that class, and I had to just click to have that class, you know.
Mhm.
Like the more you like, there's a lot of people like. I feel like if you haven't like grasped Marxism, right, the easiest way to actually do it is to read other people's analysis of Marxism, right? Like people that explain Marxism to you. But I also like, because I read, for example, like State and Revolution and Imperialism, right, by Lenin, when I was like very early on being a socialist, right? And I didn't understand much of it, right? Like I read
explains
through
a
it but
lot.
didn't get it. So now
Shut up,
so now I decided to reread it again, and I just ended up skipping a lot of it because it was like, well, I already know this. Like it's like I didn't need it explained directly by Lenin because
that is basically what reading Das Kapital is like you get through a chapter, and then at the very end, you just kind of have the realization that like I literally already knew all of this.
Yeah.
And it's like you know, it's just shit like, oh, capitalists will raise prices if they can get away with it because they want to make more money. It's just like, yeah,
like,
no fucking
way.
shit. But you know, like it was written like during like the early stages of capitalism being a thing, so it's like you know, to some people it might have been like, oh shit, so that's how you know, this shit works. Like that's why everything is shitty.
Yeah.
You know, it's like how it's just like based on how like the economy works. Like the economy is made to exploit people.
Marxism TLDR, capitalism bad, anarchism bad, dictatorship of the bourgeoisie bad, socialism good. I mean, not untrue.
What game is that? Microsoft Train Simulator. No, it is Train Sim World 2 is what it's called. It's the most popular train simulator on Steam, I think. Something like that. It's one of the best ones, supposedly.
Okay, so I'm gonna look up Train Sim World 2, and we're gonna look at the total price of the DLCs.
Oh god, I think you can buy the collector's edition. You can buy the collector's edition for like 50 or 60 euros.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't include everything. If you actually want every single DLC that it has, it'll run you 873 euros.
Yeah.
What?
So be sure to subscribe and use Twitch Prime. And one day,
Azure will be the proud owner of the whole library.
Yeah. But I think if you get the collector's edition and then you get the ones that you miss from doing that, it can probably be cheaper.
I mean, they probably go on sale for
Damn.
quite a lot, pretty
Hmm.
often.
Azure, why do you have train written in your hat?
Because I'm a train driver, Sebs.
But it doesn't say train.
Yes, it does.
It says
Yeah.
train.
It says train.
It just says T-R-E-N.
Yeah, that's how you spell it.
Tren.
Yeah, in Spanish.
No, in English.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sebs. Also, I'm literally a goat. Like, I'm literally not human. So I don't know why you're like trying to impose like human standards on me. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not of your species, okay? Like, do you know how hard it is to write things with a pen
can
when
be
you only have
that way.
hooves? You know how difficult that is?
I don't know. You as a goat have made like more YouTube videos than I have, so
Yeah, and
I'm pretty
it's a
sure
lot
you are
more
a
difficult for me
pretty-
than for you because you have hands and like keyboards and like editing software is made for people who have hands and I don't have that. So it's a lot of effort. That's why it takes so long for me to upload new videos. That's why it goes like 6 months between all my uploads because I can't fucking use the mouse. I have to use the Windows like voice navigation feature.
Yeah.
Like
My God.
press tab, press tab, press tab, press enter, press tab, press tab. That's how I edit my videos. It takes 6 months to do a video.
I mean, the video that came out yesterday, that was like 2 years in the making.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though they met Ben like a year ago.
No,
Less
that
than a
was
year ago.
Sure
No,
put
the
out a
clip.
new video yesterday.
Well, not a video, it's a clip from the stream.
Oh, yeah, that's why I said Ben, because Grom is Ben's mod.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I've known Grom since we were both children.
I mean,
Oh,
we're
yeah, you're
Swedish, so
both
we
from
automatically
Sweden. Yeah,
know
yeah.
each other. Yeah.
Mm.
The first thing I should have asked Grom when I met you is, do you know a sure scapegoat? And then I would have known that you know each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, because like when I was 20 years
believe
old,
that.
I hung out with 10-year-olds, right? So it's like we knew each other for a very long time.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Grom spends a lot of time with 10-year-olds.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
I mean, he
I
doesn't do that.
I did work at a
What?
daycare and as a
Okay.
janitor at a primary school.
Yeah. See, I'm a teacher, and even I don't spend that much time with kids.
No. I mean, who would want to spend time with kids? I mean, no.
Oh shit, there's something out there.
Run after it.
What is this? Whoa.
What was it?
You don't have to run
Talented
after.
takeover scenario. Oh no. No, I'm already on a scenario. I don't want to start a new one.
Wait,
that's
you
cool, I
cannot see
guess.
yourself?
What?
You cannot see yourself
No, I
in
can.
this game?
Yes, I can. Right there.
Yeah.
I didn't see your
Beep
feet.
beep. I'm a train.
I
You don't
think I
have
can.
legs.
Yeah. Wait. Oh no, that is me. That's me. I guess.
There's nothing there.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's the lady.
The woman,
it's
the
not.
lady, right there. That's me.
Oh, okay.
I think there are a few seconds delay on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a goat. You didn't see that?
I'm not playing as a goat in the game.
That would be too difficult, Grom.
But also, I mean,
obviously
they
that-
didn't give me the option to play as a goat. If they did, I would have done that.
Yeah.
But they're
And that's
just...
why you need to play Goat Simulator.
No, I don't want to play Goat Simulator.
Azure is like, the more you tell them to do something, the less likely they are to do it.
100%. Yes. Literally, I've had video ideas and scripts for videos that I've scrapped because too many people told me they wanted me to see me make a video about it. Like literally, the more people told me to make this kind of a video, the less I wanted to do it, and so eventually I just scrapped the whole idea.
It's like, you don't own me.
It's not like a oh, I'm gonna own you by not doing what you want me to do. It's literally just like unconscious, like it's not voluntary. It's just like the more
like,
someone is telling me they
yeah.
want to see me do something, the less I feel like doing it. It's not
Okay.
voluntary though.
Azure, you shouldn't play Goat Simulator. Never in your life.
It doesn't work.
Yeah,
Don't
reverse
do it.
psychology doesn't work like that.
Yes.
No,
But if I
no, it's just
played
like
every
I think
day-
I feel enthusiastic about like an idea I have when I feel like
Yeah.
I came up with it. And the more if like a lot of people are telling me to do something, then it doesn't feel like it's my idea, and I don't want to do
Yeah.
it if it's not my idea. That's
Yeah.
kind of how it works, I think. But it's not
Yeah.
conscious. It's not like a conscious decision I make to be like I don't want to do what people tell me to do. It's just a feeling I get. I can't help it. I mean, it's also bad for like my financials, right? Because I've literally scrapped videos that I wanted,
That would
you know,
be
that
like
could
a
have made me
hit.
money. You know,
How
like-
to make money on YouTube?
This could have like put you on the map, right? Like to stardom.
exactly. All those videos about Stalin I was gonna make, Grom
Oh,
with his
yeah.
memery has just made me never gonna want to do them.
Oh my god.
I mean, you were a YouTuber way longer than you've known me, so like, don't
Yeah.
put that all on me.
I don't know.
I mean, you don't know that,
Azure.
but like when I met you, I had like this whole like 20 video series planned. Well, it's like all of them were like 2-hour long videos about going in depth about like Stalin and democracy and
Yeah.
everything. And then
And
as soon
it's
as I met you and you made that
specifically-
first joke about like, what's your opinion on Stalin? I just
Yeah.
scrapped the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was all
just
done. Like I just needed to like put a title on like the last video, and then I was just gonna schedule them all to go up. And then
Yeah.
you made a joke, and I was just like, no, fuck it.
No. There's people who talks about Stalin. I thought I was the first one. No, can't go through with this.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna make the first video ever about
Yeah.
Joseph Stalin.
Like nobody talks about this Stalin character.
This
It is-
obscure
Oh.
leader of the Soviet Union that no one's ever talked about before.
I mean, that's just true, Sam. Like that happened,
Yeah.
and that is facts.
Carlos Marx.
I mean, Marx was a daddy bear, so.
What?
Huh?
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Marx was a daddy, but he also was a bear.
What was the name that Google Translate put out for Karl Marx on the Laotian website?
Oh, I don't remember.
Like Manker?
Yeah, I think that was
Manker,
yeah,
Manger? Something
Yeah.
really ridiculous.
yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I told you, sure, I'm gonna try stream.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I set
Go
up
for it.
OBS and everything yesterday.
Damn. When are you gonna do it?
I don't know,
Oh.
but you know,
How dare you? Not have a
right? I've been
schedule.
streaming this whole time. I
Don't you know
literally
that-
have
don't
4
you
times the
know-
viewers you have right now.
Like,
Don't you know how unprofessional you have to be to not have a stream schedule?
wow.
If you're gonna stream, you need to have a stream schedule.
Wow.
You don't want to talk. You're gonna like have this like streak of streaming for like 5 days, and then you're not gonna stream for like 8 more months.
Damn.
No, that's not true.
They are going to stream for 6 days, okay, Grom? Not 5.
Yeah, this is a mess.
Yeah.
Oh God, please. I can't go too far. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose.
Also, I haven't yet told Grom that I have been telling him to stream for the longest time, and
Fuck
he was
it.
like, "No, streaming is not for me.
You're gonna have to get off back
no,
there.
I'm not going to stream." no, I won't do it. And now he's like, oh yeah, it's completely my idea, and no one told me ever to stream.
No, but it's no. I never said that. No, but like like first of all, my computer has never been powerful enough to stream, right? Because my computers just couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
And then second of all, is like I don't know. It's always weird, right? Because it's this weird thing where it's like it feels presumptuous that people would want to like why do you think people would want to listen to shit you have to say, right? Like
Yeah.
so it's like overcoming that. But I just figured like I don't have anything to lose. Just might as well like try for just funsies, right?
Yeah.
Like the only reason I could like convince myself to stream, I mean, also the reason why I stream at all is because like I said, okay, why can I bring to the table, you know? And one, I'm not from the US, so that perspective is already, I think, somewhat valuable.
Yeah, I'm not from the
And
US either, so
and also
we're the
like
same, Sebs. We're the
I'm a
same.
not. Oh my god! And also, I'm a non-white, non-cis male, non-hetero also. So yeah.
Someone asked what VPN I use. So I posted a link to privacy tools. They have a page where they talk about different VPNs and their pros and benefits. So I would look there and make your own decision.
Yeah, Azure cannot disclose the VPN until they start paying them.
Yeah, when they sponsor me, I'll say.
Yeah.
No, but like it literally depends on where you live and what you need the VPN for.
Yeah.
So even if I say I don't want to say which one I use just because I don't want someone to pick up that one, just because that's the one I use, because different VPNs are good for different things. So yeah, just look at that page and then compare the different ones and decide for yourself what you want, what you value most. If it's like speed and convenience or literally just as much privacy as possible, right? Like what do you need privacy from? Is it like from advertisers, or is it from like your like internet service provider and like your government? Like what is it that you need? What is it that you need the VPN for?
I honestly just want the VPN to watch Netflix.
Yeah. Then you can get one of the ones that sponsor all the YouTube videos, like NordVPN or ExpressVPN or whatever.
Wow, literally throwing shade at all their possible sponsors.
I'm not throwing shade. I'm saying if that's what you need a VPN for, that's the one you should use.
Yeah. Carmen Casey said, I'm a 55-year-old woman who now loves watching someone drive a fake train badly. There's an audience for everything.
Okay, first of all, how dare you?
Damn.
Ben's mom is coming after me, saying I'm a bad train driver.
You are not a bad one. Oh no, yeah, there are fake.
Carmen, if someone came up to you 20 years ago and told you this is what you would be doing now, what do you think you would say?
I definitely do not need a VPN. I most definitely do not pirate a lot of media. No, of course not. I mean, like, if you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear, right? Except,
I mean, yes, but unironic, right? No, I'm joking.
But yeah, I think The Guardian put out an article today, showing that leaks of like the US and the NSA and stuff, like their tools for finding information about citizens has been sold to like authoritarian countries.
Fine.
So even if like you live in Canada and being gay is not a crime in Canada, maybe you have family in Saudi Arabia and you go to visit Saudi Arabia, turns out Saudi Arabia knows everything about you. So even if you don't care about hiding information from your own government that you live in currently, someday you might go to another country and they know all the stuff about you that you wouldn't want them to know and stuff like that,
Yeah.
So yeah, privacy is good. That's my hot take for today.
Oh, wow. A short
And
answer.
also, Chai, you better spend every waking moment in my stream if I stream.
Oh my god.
Just saying. After all I've done for you, Chai. After all I've done for you.
You converted him into a filthy tanky from his lib days.
Imagine leaving the USA. Yeah. But I mean, also, like, even if you don't leave your own country, right? Like, you know, you can imagine, like, oh, well, you know, being trans is not a crime, you know, where I live, so, like, I don't need a VPN, like, I don't need privacy. But, like, one day in, like, fucking Kentucky or whatever, it might be a crime. And then they know that about you because you didn't care about your privacy earlier. It's like, even if you don't need privacy right now, you might need it in the future.
Well, that ship's already sailed for me. I've literally never used a VPN. So they know everything. They got everything. They got me already.
Yeah, it must be horrible being a white cis hetero male in Sweden.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it is, because everybody assumes you're a racist.
Statistically, though, it is likely to be true.
Yeah, but it's like the racist come up to you. It's like, you're one of us, aren't you? It's like...
Yeah.
Or like,
But I mean, if
no,
you do
I'm not
encounter a
like
white
that,
Swedish
dude.
person, it's like there is like a 66% chance that they are racist.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, you know.
I automatically assume that Swedish people are racist. There was
I
an
do as
instance
well.
in like in Pinko the Bears chat. There was a Swedish person in there talking about how they had socialism, which was
Yeah.
kind of funny because they were like, "Oh, I live in a socialist country," and I wrote "in before Scandinavia," and literally right after they were like, "Sweden."
Oh my
And
god.
but they seem to just be like,
post-racial, post-gender socialist utopia known as the Kingdom of Sweden.
exactly. And it's like, but they just generally seem to be like a social democrat that it's just a social democrat because like their parents were social democrats. But I
Yeah.
automatically assumed like they were just a Nazi, basically. Like that's what I
Yeah.
assume of every
I
Swedish
mean,
person, especially on the internet.
Hmm. It's not criminalized as such. Being trans is criminalized in certain ways in the US. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I couldn't really think of another example, but yeah, the trans people definitely face institutionalized discrimination in the US.
I mean, Sam, we do have a Maoist king, so
I love that that's like what Ben took away from that story is like
Yeah,
the king
it's-
of Sweden is somehow a Maoist, which is literally not the truth. Like that's literally not true. But Ben just ran with it like, whoa, based Sweden.
I mean, yeah, but that's just very typical Ben. Like Ben gets like attached to like just like a very narrow point of a big point being made, right? And he specializes in like focuses on a very
Yeah.
small part of it.
Yeah.
oh
I mean, it's kind of like how he learned, well, like he literally said himself, like, oh, I learned one good thing about Gaddafi and I assumed everything else he did was also good. Or he said, like, I assumed he did 2 or 3 other good things.
Yeah.
Which is like the housing program thing. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, that, I mean, that's a good thing. But Ben literally took that and he was like, oh, Gaddafi good? Oh, Gaddafi good? Gaddafi's a good guy? And then we had to explain to him, like, no, Gaddafi was actually very socially conservative. He had very fucked up views about a lot of things.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh, okay. But he assumed because, like, he learned one good thing about
like,
Gaddafi, that Gaddafi was, like, this based 100 guy. And because he heard that the king of Sweden once said something positive about Mao Zedong, he assumed that the king of Sweden is a Maoist.
You know, Ben is probably lurking somewhere in your chat because this
No,
is
he's
type-
not.
Oh, I don't care.
he's not even awake yet.
I mean, we kind of like bully him like this to his face, so
That's how
We
it
literally
works.
bully him
Like, you
this
guys...
offline and online every day. So I don't know why people would be surprised.
Like, you guys are moderators in my channel, so you can bully me. I'm a moderator in Ben's channel, so I can bully him. That's how it
It's
works.
true.
Um,
It's true. Moderators are just sanctioned bullies. It's
Yeah.
like the
But like
if the
moderators aren't paid, right? So like the
Yeah.
compensation you get is you are allowed to bully the streamer. That's
Yeah,
what you.
we
That's
are
like the
paid
compensation you
to-
get.
Well, yeah. I mean, it puts the control in the streamer's hands, right? Because they're able to choose their own bullies. So, like, the moderators bully, they're the chosen bullies, and then they keep the other bullies out. They're not sanctioned.
Yeah, exactly. No one else is allowed to bully. It's like
Yeah.
you have the state sanctioned bullies to keep the
bullying,
population content.
but with consent.
Oh, yeah. Well, Ben's mom is in chat, so, like, sorry we're
So he's
talking
still
shit about
sleeping,
your son.
I feel like she
But we
agrees
love him,
with everything
okay?
that we're saying, though.
Yeah.
It's
we
all
love
friendly.
Ben.
It's all friendly banter. It's a European thing. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's very European. It's very hip right now.
Yeah. It's what they do in Paris. It's all
Yeah.
the rage in Paris.
Yeah. They just go around insulting each other.
Yeah.
See, he's still not awake. Also, Azure, I loved your Ben impressions. like
Ben
based
impression?
100. Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't a Ben impression. That was just me saying
No, I
something.
know, but that's so Ben. Still.
I didn't mean that
Like,
one
oh,
to be
get nothing
making fun of
good.
Ben. That was just making fun of those words in general.
But like
Yeah.
Ben would say those words. That's the thing.
Yeah, maybe he would. It's very European to be mean to someone, but because of love. Yes, exactly.
All right, so the bullying of Ben is now like sanctioned by Ben's own mother.
Yeah.
we got the green light. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's go.
If Ben ever says like, "Why are you guys so mean to me? Why do you guys make fun of me?" We can just say, "Oh, your mom said it was okay."
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Oh my god.
It builds character, okay?
Okay, to be fair,
that was like literally like back in the day, like someone got bullied and they're like, yeah, well, it builds character, okay?
Yeah.
And then that's it.
Don't be such a crybaby.
Yeah.
Everyone gets bullied.
yeah,
Yeah.
it builds character and depression. But
No, you don't have to be depressed. Just get over it. Just be happy.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Just rub some dirt on it. Keep on going.
smile and the sadness will go away.
Yeah. I have had someone say that to me once. Like, if you have
Oh my
depression,
God.
why can't you just be happy? Like, why do you have to be so bummed out?
No, I think that's quite common, right? And I think
Yeah,
it
I
also
know, but it's
counts
like
for-
that's like the stereotype, right? And I was just shocked that like someone would actually say like the stereotypical thing that you're not supposed to say to someone with depression,
yeah,
like almost word for word.
I know, but it's like a lot of those people haven't really had to deal with it themselves, so it is very hard to put your understand, right? Because to them it is, it's hard to kind of imagine being depressed if you've never been depressed, and then to the other way around if you are depressed, right? That's
Yeah, I mean, like if you're when you're like deep in depression, it's just like your brain just makes it impossible for you to imagine what it would be like to not be depressed.
yeah.
Especially if you
should
have
we-
like when you have clinical depression, it's very easy to go into like existential depression and
Yeah.
to just
Yeah.
have like to be depressed about like, oh, the earth is so small and nothing I do will matter, and like our lives are so short. Like why does anyone ever do anything? Like what's the point of just being alive, because it's all gonna end one day. And like it's very easy to get stuck in that kind of existential depression, and then like when someone says like, oh, just don't worry about it, just be happy, or like even just trying to imagine like what it would be like to not have depression, like you just can't imagine it, because to you it's like existential dread is like that's the logical thing, right? Like literally the universe is really
Yeah.
big and we are really small and our lives are really short. And so like
Capitalism.
objectively, we should all be terrified and depressed all the time. And like it doesn't make sense to say that this is, oh, you have clinical depression, it's like you know, it's a mental illness. Like, no, I'm literally just, no, this is just fact. This is literally just true though. That was a bad impression.
Literally true though.
But then, you know, you go to therapy, and just slowly but surely you start being okay again, and you realize that no, it was pretty silly to worry about all that stuff.
I had like a big thing with like, cause somebody literally had to like tell me maybe you're depressed before I ever like thought about it, right? And it was my dad, right? Because I just come home from America, right? And I was going to Convox, which is like a grown up, like I didn't finish high school, so you can study high school when you're a grown up, basically.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to the classes, and I was missing a lot and stuff like that. And I just kind of thought, well, I'm lazy, I guess, right? Like that's what I thought of myself. But then like the moment there were, maybe you're depressed, maybe you should go see someone, right? And that's when it like clicked a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, when I did have depression, like for me, a lot of this is like this, my depression is very like shame based, right? Because I am overweight. I've never really held down a job and stuff. And like a lot of my depression is from like these unwritten societal rules that I feel I'm not fitting into. Therefore, I'm like pushed out, right? And one issue I had is that when people talk about depression, it like my depression wasn't like pleasant at all, right? Like I literally had troubles with personal hygiene, with keeping my house clean and stuff like that. And meanwhile, I seen people who talk about their depression, and it seemed like you more like sympathetic somehow, right? Like while if people seen me be depressed, they would be just disgusted by it, right?
Yeah.
That was a big issue for me.
You felt like you were having like the wrong kind of depression.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it was like people wouldn't understand. Like, you know, it's like people still have jobs when they're depressed. People still have social lives and stuff like that. And for me, it was this big. Well, I think it's like, I mean, depressions can probably look very different, and like, but mine was very like based around shame, right? Because my overweight is a big cause of my depression, right? So.
Yeah.
Oh my god, same.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that stuff isn't like legal here, right?
There is medical marijuana, but it's only for it's only been approved for one specific kind of chronic pain. I think it's some kind of a chronic back pain or something. It's a specific condition. It's the only thing that medical marijuana is like been approved for in Sweden. And and I've heard that even if you do have that condition, it can still be difficult to get your hands on it, because they'll want to like have you try everything else first.
Yeah.
Like all the other like possible solutions, like
all other opioids.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you know, like they just want marijuana to be just like the last possible thing for you.
Yeah.
Which
is like, no,
very
we can't
stupid,
give you
because like literally like THC and medical marijuana is like less harmful than like opioids and shit like that.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, you know, it's just stupid.
Yeah, it's not until now I've gotten like treatment for my things, and like I am on antidepressants right now, like Prozac, right? But like it's like the first time I've actually gotten therapy, right? That
Hmm.
actually like worked for me, and that was such a huge difference. Like they tried CBT with me, right? Cognitive behavioral therapy, and it wasn't
Yeah.
really for me. A lot of people say it's really good, but it didn't work very well for me. So
Yeah.
she tried psychoanalysis, and it was amazing.
Life
Mm.
changing.
And
No
no,
Tom Bricks, not that
not that
CBT.
CBT.
It's a different CBT, very
Yeah.
different. Yeah, no, I went through cognitive behavioral therapy and it worked for me, but
Yeah.
obviously different treatments for different people.
Yeah, I kind of like panic because like I've had so many people say like, "Oh, cognitive behavioral therapy is like amazing. It worked for me." And when it didn't work for
Mm.
me, I was kind of freaking out a little bit
Yeah,
because like I felt like
because you
that
feel
was
like
like
now nothing is gonna work.
exactly.
Yeah.
But then luckily my therapist is really good, right? And she was like very quickly realizing that this isn't for you. And like
Mm.
of course I thought, well, then it's over. And then she was like, "No,
Yeah.
let's try psychoanalysis," right?
Yeah, like I went through a ton of different medications for my depression. Like I had like anxiety and like anti-anxiety things, like medication that you're supposed to take to like when you're having an anxiety attack and it's supposed to calm you down. I got them prescribed for me. I carried them around with me. Then when I had anxiety attacks, I tried taking them and they did nothing. Which
Was it the
like gave me anxiety.
Atarax?
I don't know. It was a
Because
long
they
time
gave
ago.
me something like that. It's basically like motion sickness pills that also makes you like drowsy.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I don't remember what they were because it was so long ago. But I like they literally had no effect on me. Like they just absolutely did nothing. It was like sugar pills.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't sugar pills, but they just didn't do anything on me. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what the name was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like even if like Chai, even if you're correct and that was the name, like I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
And
but yeah, and then I went through like the one that you were on, right? Prozac. Like I tried that one. That one made me feel worse. I tried another one that was Cipralex or something, and that one didn't have an effect on me. And yeah, it wasn't until I got to escitalopram, which was like the third or fourth like antidepressant, anti-anxiety medication I was on, that it actually had an effect on me.
take care, Mr. Hansen.
Bye, Mr. Hansen.
Take care.
And the same thing happened with my ADHD. I went through 2 different like central stimulants, whatever they're called, before I got to the one that I am using now. And like, and you know, like when I got put on a medication and it didn't work, like I felt like imposter syndrome, you know, like I felt like, oh, I'm just, you know, I'm just
thick enough.
What?
Like you're not thick enough.
Yeah, like oh, I'm imagining that I have a problem. Like I'm really just like with ADHD especially, I felt like until I got my diagnosis, until I like one of those like euphoric moments in my life was when I went to a therapist and I described the problems that I had, and they said like in a way that like almost sounds disrespectful, but it's such a euphoric moment to me. They said like, "Wow, you have a lot of problems. Like it really sounds like you're sick." Like they said something like that, and I literally felt euphoric because it's like,
yeah,
holy shit, I actually have something. It's like a real thing, and I'm not just like a lazy piece of shit.
Yeah, that
happens
is a big
lot.
thing. Yeah, it's like because everybody like constantly doubts their own. I mean, and I think that's because there is like this stigma like a lot still in society, right? Like how especially like for me that like it's kept me from working, right? And that stigma of like laziness, right? But now I've like come to terms with like because of like socialism and like sociology and stuff, like I understand that laziness isn't like a thing as we understand it, right? Like it's like this concept of laziness is like an invention that we've made to be able to kind of like
Yeah.
It's literally
Yeah.
classism and neighborlism.
Well, yeah. It's like, but that took a long time for me to like come to terms with, right? Like, and I'm also very scared of like giving myself excuses, right? Which is a problem, right?
Yeah.
I'm scared of like saying, "Oh, I can't do this because of my depression," right? Because
Mhm.
I get worried that internally, right? Like it's nothing that you think about other people, but in yourself, like you feel like you're giving yourself excuses and giving
Yes.
excuses not to do things, and then that becomes like an anxiety filled moment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I've known I'm neurodivergent since I was 5, but it wasn't until a year ago or a year or two ago that I realized there's nothing wrong with me. There's something deeply wrong with society. Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Uh, Especially like not like with like m- mental illnesses and stuff like that. A lot of the treatments is like meant to make you cope with a broken system, right? Like
Yeah.
there's that aspect to it, like that like neurodivergent is like treated as like, oh well, there's something wrong with you, instead of like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah.
Because isn't compatible with a capitalistic society, right?
Yeah. I mean, like mental health, for like most of history, has been about, okay, how do we get you to be a productive member of society again? How do
Yeah.
we get you to contribute to the economy?
Yeah.
Much less so than about like, how do we make you feel okay? Like, how do
Yeah.
we solve the problems that you feel that you're experiencing? And how do we achieve your desired results? Which, like, I've had good experiences with the mental health system in Sweden, but I do know that it varies a lot from person to person, and like it varies on like what region you live in. It varies like what clinic you go to, and like it literally can vary from your like therapist to therapist, like psychiatrist to psychiatrist. Like some take you seriously, some are good, and some like they just care about getting you out of the door, you know?
Yeah.
So although like I personally can like praise the Swedish like mental health system for being a lot better than it could be, I'm still aware of the people who've had very bad and very negative experiences. So I'm not gonna say that overall the Swedish like mental health system is good, because I know for a fact that people have gone through it and have, been disrespected, haven't been taken seriously, have been like incarcerated, or put in like mental health institutions against their will and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I've found like it's been more other institutions outside of the psychiatric care that is like, for example, I have to rely on like government benefits, right? And their main goal is to get you off of the government benefits, right?
Yes.
And they push like treatment on you for the sole purpose of like you should get good to become like a productive member of society. So the pressure has been on stuff outside of the psychiatric, right?
Yeah.
Now our psychiatric system has a lot of problems in the fact that it's understaffed, right, and all these things, right? But yeah, the pressure has come from outside, like, because that the reason they want me to go get help isn't for me to feel good, is for me to not be dependent on them anymore, and that's a stress, right?
Yeah.
And anarchist laboratory Sean said, yeah, a lot of what you're saying, Graham, is super similar to my own issues. I can't hold down a 9 to 5. I'm lucky my current job, I'm pretty much my own boss. I don't make a ton of money, but that doesn't ruin me emotionally or mentally, and I don't have to constantly worry about my boss shit talking me for being trans or whatever behind my back. I actually like my boss. And I've had both very good and very bad experience in the U.S. medical system. Yeah, like, is it like my issues with the Swedish psychiatric system has been just kind of like the limits they have had because of like being understaffed and stuff like that. And I didn't go through like the psychiatric care this this time around, I went through like with like the clinics, right? And
Yeah.
they had like a psychiatric department, and that worked really well for me. Some people that doesn't work very well, and the
Yeah.
psychiatric works better. It's very dependent on where, right? And I've
Yeah.
had things where like I've been put in a mental institution against my will, right? And that was, of course, very traumatic, right? And I felt
What?
like
It wasn't fun, Grom?
no, it wasn't at all.
Well, you didn't feel like that situation helped you out at all, being put
It
somewhere against your will?
like funny, like it did, but it wasn't long lasting, right? What helped was getting a routine, right?
Yeah.
Because you're very like like you have a bedtime, you have a certain time you're gonna eat, like this time you need to go for a walk and stuff like that. That stuff is good for me. Like that, having structure helps me with my depression, right? And it's one of like the main issues with my depression. So that helped. But the moment I was like let go, right, I immediately reverted back, and I was in a bad relationship at the time as well, so that didn't help. But
Yeah.
I've come to realize I don't do very well on my own, right? And unfortunately, I've spent a lot of my time alone, and that's just not been healthy for me.
Yeah. I can relate to that. Like for me, structure can be very difficult and like counterintuitive. Like with my ADHD, like basically if I have like a schedule or deadlines or like a structure, right? Like like you're describing, if I was put in like a an institution like that where like you have to go to bed at this time, you have to wake up at this time, eat at this time, go for walks at this time. It's like I can imagine how theoretically that could help me, but I know that in practice, every time I try to like create a structure for myself, like for example, if I try to decide like, oh, every 2 weeks I'm gonna vacuum the apartment, like I'd set like a time and a date to do something, like I become less likely to do it because I've decided that like I am gonna do it, or like that like literally just like setting a like a schedule for myself or a deadline for myself, or having one set for me in like schools and stuff. It doesn't help me at all a lot, but something that has helped me, like literally something that's helping me stream right now is and sorry to be mushy, is you guys, because like when I when I've been interacting with Ben and like you people in like Vanguard, like Ben's Discord server, and like we've just been on voice, and like I've hung out on Ben's stream, like I've felt like, oh, I can do this, like I can get back to streaming on my own, just so long as like I have other people like in voice with me, or like like I have other people to interact with. And chat, obviously I love chat too. It's just different to talk to people who can only communicate in text versus talking to people on voice. And so like streaming for me like literally gets like a million times easier when I have someone or multiple people to talk to.
Yeah, I mean I assume it like takes pressure off of you, right?
Yeah.
Like
I mean like just like something as simple as like I'm gonna get up and like get some water or make a cup of coffee, like I can leave chat with you so that it's not just complete silence, like one of the things that like I had anxiety about, like when I was taking a vacation and I wasn't streaming, one of the things that like I had a lot of anxiety about was like, what am I gonna say when I do my first stream in like months? Like what am I gonna say to people who tune in? Like, long time no see, sorry I had a mental breakdown, and just like filling the silence and just like trying to like keep a conversation going, and just like it's hard to like think of stuff to talk about for 3 hours, if you're completely by yourself. But like when I'm in voice, like literally you, me, and Ben, or it was you and me until the end, and Ben was there for a lot of it. Like we did a 12-hour stream once, and that was completely spontaneous. Like we were just gonna do a normal stream like for like 3 hours, and then we just kept going, and then it was 12 hours later.
Damn.
And I think that's what's so good for me about streaming with other people, is it doesn't become a chore or something I feel like I have to do. It's just something that can be fun and something I can look forward to.
Yeah, and I recognize that, like, also you mentioned with the structures kind of being inhibiting as well, right? And setting deadlines, like, that's something when I did psychoanalysis that I found out, like, I thought that was helping me, right? But setting like a rigid line on things and not allowing you, for me, failure is a big thing, because if I feel like I have failed my own expectations, I just let everything go, right? So having strict deadlines in that manner, right, sets you up for failure, right? Because you have issues with these. You're not going to succeed every time, right? So it's like, what I found was, like, it's better to kind of like have a general sense of like, well, I'm going to do something sometime, right? Like in the near future. And that's kind of been easier, because then I'm not constantly failing, right? Because you need wins, right? And stuff like that, right? To keep going. And I thought these rules of like whipping me into to like action, right? Like was like, you know, helping me, right? But it wasn't. It was just constantly making me fail over and over and over again until, like, you know, I just gave up on it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and like, and also about this, like, one of the main reasons I was like now streaming, I was obviously the computer and stuff like that. But as I mentioned before, this whole thing of like, why would anybody want to listen to me? Like, it's being on stream now, right, and being able to have a conversation. It's like why not, right? Like I'm home, like it's something that I might be able to feel productive about, and that's like feeling productive is so important to people, right? Like no matter what it is, it doesn't have to be what other things is productive. As long as you feel like it's something productive, it gives you like a boost of endorphins knowing that you've done something that matters to you, right?
I mean, it's literally like, it's part of like human psychology to feel like you've done something that matters. And like, that's why like in prisons, like, not to, you know, say prisons are good or anything, but like in prison, when you're doing rehabilitation, like in the, you know, what the Swedish system is, at least what it's supposed to be like, but politicians don't really, you know, they still think prison is something like to use as a punishment for people. But the Swedish system is supposed to be rehabilitative, and like what they do is they provide people with like options for how to like to do things that they feel is productive, so that they don't just sit around all day and do nothing, but they actually try to give them options, which, you know, obviously it's, you know, it's an ideal. I'm not trying to praise how the system works in practice, because there are obviously problems with that, but the purpose is to, like, you know, they provide like different classes, so like they pay experts and teachers and stuff to come in. I've never been offered, but like theoretically, like a person could come to me and offer me money to like do a seminar or something. I mean, you know, I do social studies and history, so probably not. But like if I was like a woodworking teacher, you know, like I could do that, or they can literally enroll at a university and study from prison, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, it's giving people options on things to do, whether, you know, it's something physical or it's something more like not a job, but like they want to study, or they want to, you know, there are like business classes and things, and there are like not work programs, but, you know, like the courses they have at like the unemployment office thing, where they teach you like, I don't know the kind of shit they do there, but like how to be a leader, how to, you know, that kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
I was supposed to go to those courses when I was unemployed, but I never did. But
no,
Wow.
it's with
vocational skills.
Yeah. Sean said behavioral wards are fucking boring. Granted, I checked myself involuntarily, but Jesus Christ, they're dull as pain. Yeah, it was super boring, and like the saving grace being in there was the other patients. Like,
Yeah.
they were the ones that really kind of like kept me sane in the mental. Like,
Yeah.
they
Ironically.
were so good, right? Like, and I was it was a mixed ward, right? So it was both men and women, and
Ooh.
it was it was nice. There, but you also seen some traumatizing things, right? Because obviously you're dealing with mental health, right, at the most like desperate points, right? And there was some things that was seen that was quite horrible, but at the same time, like, the people I was in there with, there was one younger, like, she was probably like 20 years old, right? And it was really sad. She's fully institutionalized. She went in and out like all the time, but
Yeah.
she was super sweet. I didn't have a smartphone, so she let me buy games on her phone to play. And I was like kind of like a baby leftist at that point. I wasn't really a baby leftist, but I was very like excited about politics, talked politics about everyone. So one day she went out and came back, and she had bought me a copy of the Communist Manifesto.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah, she's
That's
really
cool.
sweet. But
Meanwhile, I hyper focus on a thing for like a month or two and lose motivation, stop doing it. Still like and enjoy the thing, but I just can't pull up enough motivation to do it. I definitely relate to that. That's definitely a symptom of my ADHD as well. Not that I'm, it's just a symptom. I'm not saying you have ADHD. I don't know anything about you. Or, I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know what you
anything
are
about
dealing
you.
with.
also,
And specialization. There's too much focus on specialization. Some of the smartest people were more generalized.
Yeah.
That's true. And like, it's very unnatural. Like, if you like obviously, human nature or whatever. But like, it's like unnatural in the way that like it's damaging to our physical and mental health to spend our whole lives doing only one thing. Like, especially if it's like something physical, like if you're like a construction worker and you spend like your whole life doing construction, literally you are like destroying your body, right? Because like humans aren't meant to like do this, like obviously humans are meant to do like physically like challenging tasks, right? Exercise is good for you, but if it's like the same thing, like the same movements and the same like physically straining things for like 50 years in a row and like you're not doing anything else, right? Like that is gonna like fuck up your body. And just like the monotony of doing the same thing every day for that long is also gonna be very damaging to your mental health. And that's literally the major reason why most people hate their job, is because they hate the monotony. They hate doing the same thing for like years on end, or like how even just like in a single day, they spend 8 hours straight doing the same thing. And like humans are like evolutionarily, like the reason that humans are so successful in nature is because we are adaptable. Is because we can change the way that we think and the way that we work, and like we can communicate with each other and reach agreements and these kinds of things. Like we're social creatures, and like we can adapt to different situations. Like humans can live like in the heart of Africa and in fucking Scandinavia, which like no two species should be able to like live in those two places, right? But we can, because we are adaptable. But in our jobs, we are not adaptable. We have to be specialized. We have to do the same shit all the time, and like we're not allowed to be creative in what we do, or usually how we do it. And we just become alienated. But if I start talking about that, I'm gonna have a 3-hour seminar spontaneously about what alienation means and stuff. But yeah.
I mean, you know how like there's those compilations on like Facebook and YouTube stuff about like they're usually called like amazing worker skills and stuff like that, and it's a bunch of like like in China or India, like they're doing like the manual factory work, right, of like packaging something, and they're like really quick with it. That stuff give me mad anxiety just watching them for like 10 seconds doing that, imagining that they're doing that every day, like 8 hours or more per day, right? Like that just it's gives me endless anxiety just thinking about it.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed the history question. I'll hang on.
Your
I have to
thoughts
scroll up in
on
chat.
the Naxalites?
The Naxalites, yeah. I don't know as much. I don't know that much about the Naxalites, if I'm completely honest. I know that they're, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right, Sebs? But yeah, like I know that they are, you know, supposed to be Maoists, and they've been going for a long time in like rural parts of India. And like I don't know if they're like, you know, like the New People's Army in the Philippines, right, where they're like generally good leftists, right, and they're, you know, fighting for liberation against, you know, authoritarian regime that's like killing people, or if they're more like Shining Path in Peru, where they're like, they maybe had good ideals once, but they've since kind of degraded, and then they're just kind of, you know, doing stuff for their own sake.
Man,
you know?
the Shining Path never really had good intentions.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I never agreed with like anything like Gonzalo said about shit like universal application of protected people's war and stuff. I always thought it was kind of silly.
I mean, I'm pretty sure most people have good intentions, no matter how horrible it is, right? Like, nobody imagines themselves the evil person, right? Like,
except me.
Yeah.
I'm actually conservative, but I'm evil. So I spread socialism because that's the evil thing to do.
Yeah.
Because I actually believe that capitalism is a good system and that socialism is evil, but because I am morally evil, that's why I decide to like teach people about socialism and convince people socialism is good.
Yeah.
Did you answer the Pittsburgh Proclamation question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't know the answer to it. I said Benjamin Franklin. I don't know if Sam said what it was. I don't know if Sam said the answer. I can't. Oh no, it was the one thing. IW something.
Yeah.
I forget.
Did you answer the opinion of the name of the Vietnamese currency yesterday?
No.
Oh, okay. You're looking to.
What's your opinion on the name of the Vietnamese currency?
It's called the dong.
Oh.
I think that's just a meme. I think the question is just a meme.
Ooh. Also, what can you tell us about the Spanish Civil War?
I already answered. You're looking back at past ones. I've answered these.
Yeah, but you haven't answered the Vietnamese one, so I'm just.
Well, that one was just a joke. That one wasn't real.
I don't know.
You don't have to go back to the previous ones. I answered those.
Sorry. God. People don't even know my currency, and you want me to worry about the rest of the world? Like.
Oh, well, do you know our currency, Sebs?
The krona.
Oh, fuck.
Yes.
No, I learned. I've looked up what the Peruvian currency is twice, and I've forgotten it both times.
Yeah. I think you've told me multiple times too, Sebs.
It starts with an S, doesn't it?
Technically it doesn't, but yes.
What is it?
Like technically the currency is the new sol that in Spanish it would be el nuevo sol peruano, but we just call it soles.
Right.
But it technically has to be like the new sun because there used to be like another one and they rebranded it because the economy. But yeah.
No, Sean, you're thinking of Canada, not Scandinavia.
I like Canadian currency or the bills. They look cool.
They're literally waterproof. So
Yeah, they're plastic. I mean, I think that's most currency, or a lot of
Well, it's
currencies.
like a cotton. Like I think the
Really?
dollar is made from like cotton.
Yeah, I
mix
mean,
of
yeah,
something.
the dollar is made of cotton, but that like the dollar is pretty unique in that they still use cotton. Like they still use paper.
I
Based
feel like there's
currency.
something scary about the fact that dollars are made out of cotton.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the history of cotton in America, then
Yeah, yeah. I'm like,
I mean, as we
I
said, like even now, cotton is just
oh
such an
yeah, yeah.
inefficient crop, right? Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the cotton industry today also has like terrible labor practices.
yeah,
Even though they don't like have literal slavery, like you still have like prison populations in the US like who are still subjected to slavery because of the 13th Amendment that says
Mhm.
prisoners can still be slaves, and like they're forced to pick cotton, which is like, so there is still slavery in the cotton industry.
yeah,
It's just you have to commit a crime first, or
or
go to
not.
prison for
Yeah.
having allegedly committed a crime, and then
Yeah.
it turns
Or-
out
or-
like
or
20 years
just-
later, like, oh, actually the DNA shows it wasn't you, but
Yeah.
sucks
Or,
to
or
suck.
just simply being too poor not to be in prison, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's the first conviction of someone who was at the Capitol riot thing. The guy got 8 months for being part of it, and like people in the like on Twitter were like sharing what they got 8 months in prison for, or like what they people who got more than that, and it's like, I got 8 months in prison for like selling bongs and shit like that. Like 8 months
my God.
in the US is nothing. Like you can go to prison for like 2 years if you like don't pay your parking fines, Like
Yeah.
8 months is like a slap on the wrist in the US. And like 8 months in prison, that's not nothing. Like that is still like a significant
Yeah.
sentence, but relative to everything else in the US, that is like nothing.
yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
that guy went for 2 years to prison because a police officer thought he was a criminal,
Yeah.
and just because he had a bag with
Oh,
nothing.
2 years? There's literally
Yes.
people that's been released after like 40 years being wrongfully
Yeah.
incarcerated, right? Like I
No,
can't
but, like-
imagine that. Like
No, but like the thing about that specific case is like the guy was just walking, and the police officer was like, "Oh, you're a criminal," and he was sent to prison with
Yeah.
no other evidence.
yeah.
Thanks for the bits, Carmen.
My brother got 8 months for stealing 1K worth of merch from Kmart when he was 18. Like theft like that prison should not be involved in anything like
Yeah.
like stealing $1,000 I think like a prison sentence isn't like
It's not proportional.
shouldn't be on the table, right? Like at
Yeah.
all.
I mean, especially like the United, like America's prison system, which has like been like internationally recognized as like a crime against humanity. Like
Yeah.
being in prison in the United States is literally equivalent to torture,
Yeah.
according to international law. Because you have like forced isolation and shit, and like you don't have privacy. Like the United Nations Committee on Human Rights, like they like and like the United States like has like signed, or like that like they're part of the UN of the United Nations. Like they are officially bound to follow the United Nations Council of Human Rights, but they just choose not to. But the
Yeah.
UN Human Rights Council will have or like I don't know if it's a Human Rights Council, but like some agency in the United Nations have set up like what prisons have to have, right? And it's like there's a certain amount of space that every prisoner needs to have, right? You can't make the cells too cramped, right? And U.S. prisons, generally speaking, the cells are way too small, especially when you fit
Yeah.
like 4 people into one cell block. That's a violation of human rights, and prisoners need to have some access to privacy, which in like prison cells in the U.S. where you just have the bars, right? and you have guards patrolling in the corridors, you know, like literally just being able to look into the prisoners at all times, that's a violation of human rights, because the prisoners have no way to have any kind of privacy.
Yeah, even the fact that they have to wear prison uniforms, that's also a violation.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's humiliating, right? Like it's like the
like,
funny thing is like,
sorry to interrupt, but like the Stanford prison experiment literally shows how if you take like 2 groups of people, you put one of them in prisoner uniforms and one of them in like prison guard uniforms, like and like you know, they set up like the simulated prison, right? People would literally like start abusing their power and like beating on people, even though they're just normal, like they haven't done anything, they're not actually criminals, they're just wearing uniforms. Like the guards will like instantly start dehumanizing them, treating them all the same, not treating them as humans, and just like abusing them physically, just because they're wearing prisoner uniforms, right? So literally forcing prisoners to wear uniforms is gonna cause like more abuses of power, just because of like fucking psychology, right? Because it's dehumanizing, it's turning them into an out group. Whereas in
oh my god, school uniforms should be illegal also.
Well, I mean, school uniforms is one of those things that like I see kind of like the merit of it, right?
Like,
because it's like
it prevents classism.
Exactly, right? Like, because I mean, we didn't have a school uniform when I went to school in Sweden. It's not common at all, and it does put like social pressure on some kids that are not able, because people were very focused on getting like the brand clothes, and especially now with like you see people Gucci, and like you have the internet on top of it, right? Like I think having a respite from that kind of like pressure is not a bad thing. So I'm not against school uniforms. Like even though kids themselves will probably think it's a drag, I think like for a lot of people it can be a relief, right?
In Sweden we have school allowances. I think starting in middle school, I think. I mean, even before middle school, like the parents get money when they're like when they have kids that are in school. Parents get money from the government to pay for like school-related things, like books, and you know, if you need a laptop or you know, clothes for school and that kind of stuff. And you also, on top of that, you also have like child allowance, child benefits. Yeah. And then in high school, the students themselves get the money directly. And it's like $100 a month to go to high school. You get paid like $100 a month for going to high school. And like I think that's a good solution to the school uniform thing, because like you are allowing people from poorer backgrounds to still be able to afford like more, you know, more expensive clothes, and they don't have to go to school in just whatever their family happens to be able to afford. I think that can solve at least most of the problems that school uniforms are supposed to solve without actually implementing school uniforms.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main problem with school uniforms is like how it's used to, like, you know, when they're like, oh, your skirt isn't like, oh, you have to wear a skirt, like all the girls have to wear skirts and stuff like that, and like these rigid kind of like rules around it, that makes the school uniform, like any benefit that the school uniform would pose, is immediately eradicated by like making the girls go around in skirts in the middle of the winter, right? Like
Well, it's okay because they can have stockings.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, like for example, in my high school, girls were like it was mandated for them to use like either stockings or long socks on winter, and if they didn't, they would get like a note to their parents, you know. But like,
I mean, it's like when it comes to school uniform, like it's just like it doesn't have to be like literally, oh, you have to wear exactly this, right? There could be options, right? But within like a general theme, right? And also there could be things where like those clothes are also more accessibly, like you could even the school and the municipal could even provide like a certain amount of clothes for like the students and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, there are alternatives to having school uniform, as like that allowance suggests, right?
Yeah.
But like, yeah, school uniforms, I don't think it's like inherently a bad thing, right? Even though, as like Wing, like you hate school uniforms, and that's understandable, right? Like it is, right? So it's like,
I can see the merit in school uniforms. I can understand that there are benefits to it. I wouldn't necessarily push for it myself.
no.
I would probably push for other alternatives that are meant to relieve, especially students from poorer backgrounds, and
Yeah.
also, you know, just like as a, you know, societally, obviously, like, why are there children from poor backgrounds in the first place? Like,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
that's points to the fact that the child benefit isn't high enough. Maybe this, like, capitalism is bad. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but yeah.
Yeah. Sean said trans people that end up going to prison usually for theft or bullshit assault charges against their own abusers or survival sex work are forced to present as their assigned gender, even if they've been medically transitioning up to that point. Getting hormones is near impossible in prison as well.
Yeah. I mean, like, prisons in the US are very segregated based along gender lines, and even unofficially amongst racial ethnic lines as well. Like, you have like black, or I mean, sometimes it's literally just official, like, oh, this is the black block, like this is where the black prisoners are, this is the white one, this is where the white prisoners are. And it's like, oh, it's for everyone's safety. It's like, well, it's racial segregation though. In Sweden you do have unisex prisons where you don't segregate. A lot of the prisons are like very small and they only house like a few prisoners at a time. They I think can be like for like oh, this is a prisoners for men only and this one is for females only, but it's only because like if it's like a, because some like what do you call them, minimum security prisons are basically just like houses where people live together.
Yeah, you
and they
even
have,
leave
you know,
to go to work and stuff like that.
yeah, you get prison furlough.
Yeah, and then sometimes it's even like the case where you go to the prison during the week and then go home during the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's prison furlough. Some and like furlough can be like escorted by guards, and sometimes it's unescorted, but you have to like report into like what are they called? Parole officers.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very like focused on like getting like, I mean, because it's like you've spent a lot of time incarcerated, right? And they realize that it's like the best thing isn't just to kind of like, okay, here you go, you know, you got to ease into it, right? Like, because there is the effect of like being institutionalized and stuff like that, and as you know, but like in general, like
I mean, it's like what we talked about earlier with like variety, and like the human psyche needs variety, and you know, like if you're in a prison, like even if it's a very nice prison, like just the fact, like just the, you know, the condition of being forced to be in the same place for, you know, years on end can take a toll on your psyche. Even if it is a nice, you know, comparatively nice place to be, you know, you're still in prison, and you still have freedoms taken away from you, and you're still separated from the rest of society.
Yeah, for sure. Like a lot of these people who are very like vengeance minded when it comes to it, I mean, they don't realize like how traumatic it is to have your freedom taken away from you. Like, I was against my will in a mental institution for just 7 weeks, right? And that was traumatic. Like being like having like your freedom taken away from you like that is not like a thing to like scoff at. It's like it's pretty significant, right? Like it's like, and that's not saying that like, oh, don't worry, they're getting punished, all right, but not in the way you think, right? That's not about that, right? It's like, we obviously want to structure a society where like the benefit for everyone is as big as possible. And what I usually say, like, if you actually cared about victims of crime, you would ensure that more victims weren't made, right? Like,
Yeah.
and by
Like
having like an
literally,
80% recidivism rate is
yeah.
not protecting victims, right?
Yeah. Because like when you talk about this stuff, like a lot of Americans who are used to like the thinking about justice in terms of you did something bad, so now you have to be punished, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they will say like, well, think about the victims, right? Like think about the victims of the family, right? Like this guy killed someone, and now like, oh, you're just gonna give him a slap on the wrist, you're just gonna have him stay in like a rehabilitation facility, you're gonna give him free room and board, like he's gonna have to he's gonna get free food, and like he's gonna have his own room and like a PlayStation and shit like that. Like you're gonna have this guy living in luxury, and it's like yeah, the family of the victim wants the guy to suffer. Like they would probably ask for him to be like publicly executed if they could, right? But like we have to consider the fact that with a very high recidivism rate, with punishment based prison systems where all you do is you shove someone in like a prison that's like internationally recognized as torture, right? And like literally you radicalize them, you have them become more violent, and then you let them out into the street after like their time is up, like with no like consideration for like if they are rehabilitated or not, except for like parole hearings and stuff. But like once the time is up, it's like, well, you gotta gotta let you out now. It's like that's your time is up. You were only supposed to be in here for 40 years, and now it's been, or well, 40 years is pretty extreme, but like you're only supposed to be in here for 5 years. Now it's been 5 years. We gotta let you out, even though the prisoner has literally gotten more violent and more radical. And then as soon as you let them out, of course they're gonna like get back right into the same lifestyle they had, because you didn't give them an option, right? I mean, if anything, you took options away from them, because as a convicted felon, like you have a harder time getting a job, you can't vote. Like you're literally, even though you've served your sentence, like you're still being punished for it, and you're still excluded from society, which is like, that's like a recipe for creating more criminals. That's a recipe for like having people commit crimes, is you're segregating them from the rest of society.
Yeah.
You literally are giving them more reasons to commit more or different crime.
Like more, like especially financially, right? Like if like they don't have a job, right? They can't get a job. Like even when they try to, it's like all the employers know that, oh, this guy killed someone, this guy was a convicted felon. Like no, they're not gonna hire him. So he doesn't like convicted felons like don't have jobs. So it's like, well, if you don't have a job, like what the fuck are you gonna do? Like you have to survive. You have to you have to pay rent. You have to buy food. Like when you live in poverty, you're literally being like pushed into doing crime.
Yeah. And then on top of that, they literally spend 5 years networking in jail, basically, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
And it's like, like when they come out, like it's just like letting them go like that. I mean, in the meantime, they might have like, I mean, they've for sure lost their job. If they had a house, they've lost that. They might have even lost their family in the process, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just like they've just shoved down into like a hole with like they can never get out of, right? And then you're like, stay away from crime or else we'll punish you again, and you don't want that, do you?
Yeah.
Like,
hi Claudia. But yeah, and like you compare like the US prison system to the Swedish prison system, for example, which is one that focuses, at least it's supposed to focus a lot more on rehabilitation. And there's a difference between an ideal, what the system is supposed to work like ideally and what it works like in practice. But like it is focused more heavily on rehabilitation instead of just pure punishment, and the recidivism rate is basically non-existent. Like if you go to prison once in Sweden, chances are you're never gonna commit another crime. Or like,
I mean, to be fair, I think the recidivism rate is around 30%, but that is compared to 80% in the United States, right? So
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know what the recidivism
Oh,
was.
we looked it up because I mean it was a
Okay.
while ago on Ben's thing.
Maybe it's Norway that
looked into it.
has.
No,
has given-
it's literally Norway. I mean, it depends on the prison, right? Like, because not all prisons are the same, right? But it's just the average,
That's
right?
not all
Like some,
prisons.
yeah, but some prisons, like they all, I mean, they're
Why
trying
does it-
out different kind of like philosophies and stuff like that, right? Like, so for example, you have that kind of the prison that's like the super nice prison in Norway that makes the news, right? They have quite a low recidivism rate, right, compared to other prisons, right? While it's like places like in Sweden, for example, Kumla, which is like maximum security and stuff like that, people there might have higher than like others, right? But like yeah, it's around 30%. But as I said, right, like America is literally at 80%. So
The United States.
Shut up.
yeah, so United States.
No, I
United-
refuse to give in to that.
Oh my
Even
god.
if it's technically correct, the fact that you keep saying that makes me want to not say USA.
we
anymore.
just
Oh my
talked about
god.
it. Like
I'm
the
not,
more
it's
you
not
tell
my fault
Azure
that
to
you
do
are
something,
a reactionary. Azure.
Exactly. The more
the
you
more
tell
you-
me, the more you correct me, the more I'm gonna want to say the other one.
Oh my god.
Every time
That's
you
just
correct me,
reactionary. That's just reactionary.
it's not reactionary.
It's
It's,
literally not my problem if you want to be reactionary about it.
it's not. I don't want to. I told you, it's my mental health. That's just how my mind
Oh
works.
my
You're
God.
being ableist now, actually.
Well, you being racist is not my fault. So.
I can't help it. It's my mental health. I can't help wanting to say America when you tell me to say United States. That's just how my mind works. I can't help it.
Well, I can help but correct people when they say it wrong.
Okay. Well, that's fair.
but yeah, yeah, and
I mean,
it's
to be
it's
fair, you haven't even tried saying the US, so...
No, I say it sometimes, and then
Yeah, the
sometimes I
US.
say America, and then you say, actually, it's United Statesian, not American. And then I say, fuck you, Sebs, and then I never want to say United Statesian.
But you never say United Statesian.
I know, because it's a stupid word.
Wow, now who's being ableist?
oh my god. Anyways,
I'm sorry, it just, I can't help but feel like it sounds stupid. Like it doesn't, it's not a satisfying word, United Statesian. It just, I can't.
Well, you pronounce it like that, of course it's not going to be satisfying.
It doesn't,
But should we-
well, it
should we
doesn't
do
sound
it?
satisfying when you say it either. It doesn't sound
Does it work,
satisfying when anyone
Adrian?
say it.
Does it work to call them Yankees?
That is
Yes.
better, yes. That is better.
Yankees, yeah.
Yeah.
US people also works.
No, but that doesn't roll off. Like it has to be.
Yeah,
like a
it doesn't
term,
sound as
right?
good. I think Yankee is good. Yankee's good.
Yeah, the Yanks.
Yeah.
The jank. Oh my god.
But what was I gonna say now?
I don't know, bro.
Well, I was talking about like prison.
Compared to the US system.
Oh no, like yeah. One thing I get worried about, like, is like the fact that the Swedish prison system is just. They're just better than Swedish people, right? Because if it was actually up to Swedish people, we would immediately go back to the Stone Age when it came to crime and like justice. Like even like it's this thing where it's like I don't know how.
If the
that
if
has,
the
like,
Swedish
come
population got to choose their prison system, it would be like public humiliation and stoning and like public whipping.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
that's the kind of shit they would choose. Because like it's like I said, like 66% of Swedes are fucking racist. Like a lot of Swedes are very conservative when it comes to stuff like that. They can be like center left when it comes to economic stuff, but like the majority of Swedish people are like really backwards and reactionary when it comes to anything else.
Yeah, and that's something that worries me a lot, especially now when like you see in Sweden like how like the Social Democrats are like just starting to repeat like traditionally far right points, right?
Yeah.
Like it's been like, you know, gang crime is all of a sudden like this really important things, and then like we need more police officer. Oh, now we need like longer punishments, which
longer
doesn't
prison
make
sentences.
sense in a rehabilitative justice system. Like it's just like a thing to say.
We
That
need to
sounds good.
force people to spend more time in a rehabilitative system, even if they've already been rehabilitated. Like they need to stay in the rehabilitation center at the state's like expense for no reason.
Exactly. And like at that point, I bet like, you know, the actual professional, like the researchers and stuff like that, it's like, what are you doing? That literally goes the other way then, right? Like if you rehabilitate them and then keep them for 30 years, you're gonna undo anything you did like good for them, right?
Yeah. Like they were rehabilitated after 2 years, and then you kept them for 28 more years, and now they hate the Swedish government, and like they're gonna become like radicalized and join like a far-right hate group or something.
Baby.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Subs?
That's how revolutions happen, baby.
Yeah, like Nazi revolutions.
Well, I have a friend. He got radicalized in juvie in Sweden.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, Sebs, I wouldn't say nice without knowing what he was radicalized into.
Yeah.
He's like.
I mean, I was assuming he was saying radicalized into like socialism.
I mean, the U.S. is literally bringing back the gas chambers right now. Like it's it's one of those things where it's like the system in itself needs to be better than the people, because people are really strange when it comes to this. Like it's a very like this emotional kind of like response to horrific things, right? Is to kind of want the comeuppance to come to them, right? Like and it's like something that actively needs to be worked on. I mean, I had to work on it. I'm still working on it, right? Like it's like, because we have this like visceral response to like injustice and people doing things that are like horrific,
also the
right?
system has conditioned them into thinking those ways, right?
Yeah. I mean, but it's also like
I'll be right back.
Yeah, and it's like we have to kind of like, because as socialists, right, we put a lot of like time into like analyzing things and like trying to approach it scientifically, right? And even when things become emotional, right, you still have to be able to take a deep breath and apply the same methods to these things as you do with the other things, right? Like and not like get going on these things, and that's tough, right? Like I mean,
also there's like the analysis, like acknowledging how everything is like there's an emotional aspect in everything that we do, in everything that is politics, you know, and like treating it like it can be completely separated. It's like kind of naive, because like the reason why we are socialists is because we care and we want what it's like, quote unquote, emotionally best for people, because we don't want people to suffer, you know. And
if it sure was here right now, they would say like they don't care.
Oh my god, yeah. Well, I don't care. But yeah. So yeah, Grom is wrong. I'm right. Shut up.
No, the death penalty literally has no place whatsoever. It, like, the argument for death penalties is like it's like a deterrent, right? And it's scientifically proven to not even be a deterrent, right? Like that's not what keeps people from committing crime, right? The death penalty might think. So it's like a fundamentally pointless institution to actually have the death penalty. There is no benefit whatsoever for it. Like
people know they are going to go to jail if they are caught, but like their material reality is so terrible that they are willing to take the risk in order to survive, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
And even like for like the death penalty stuff and like the horrible crimes, like people really overlook the mental conditions of those people and what they've gone through, you know?
no,
And
yeah,
like killing them is just like pointless because it's like, okay, so like why if you can't kill certain people, why wouldn't you kill others? And it's kind
yeah.
of a slippery slope then, and yeah.
But Eshel, the state isn't there to give you emotional satisfaction through murder, right? That's not the function of the state. It's not in any way should be the function to like, oh, you've been victimized by someone. Do you want us to make you feel better by committing murder?
And
Like that
also
sounds absolutely ridiculous, right?
also if you get like emotional satisfaction when seeing someone die, that's kind of weird. Like I get the feeling that you might get like some kind of instant gratification in that moment, but in the long run that is not going to change how you feel.
Yeah.
Like you
And
are
and
still going to be like sad
yeah.
and depressed about what happened, you know.
Yeah.
So
And on top of everything, right? In America, you have systematic racism where people of color and like, you know, minorities and will are more likely to be faced with these punishment, right? So
yeah.
having the death penalty in a society that is fundamentally racist is like really problematic. And on top of that, tons of people get murdered while they're innocent, right? If like
Yes.
you cannot definitely prove to begin with that that person is guilty, which you literally never can. You can never like 100% make sure you never put someone through the death penalty while they're innocent. Like that doesn't work. Like like you can say, oh well, we'll you know do the like high tech technology. We make sure that that's the person. You literally can't, right? So you're always going to kill innocent people, right? So
Yep.
like there's tons of things that it's just like death penalty just doesn't belong. Like we have come far enough that that should not be a thing anywhere.
Yep. Oh god. Like and I hate I go back to thinking on
Yeah.
my quote
And
unquote Nazi days, and yeah, I there was some time in my life where I thought, yeah, death penalty, let's go. But
yeah.
n- you know,
And as Sean said, death penalty doesn't deter anyone from committing crimes. It just creates a need to innovative ways to avoid getting caught. Yeah, and exactly, right? And do you go around and like the reason you don't murder someone is because you might get the death penalty? No, of course not. Like that's not how people think, right? People don't not commit crime because they might go to jail, right? Like if there was no jails, people wouldn't go around committing crimes left, right, and center, right? That's not a thing, right? That's a fantasy that people like to have to justify things like having excessive police forces and prisons and stuff like that. It's a fantasy because that's not how people behave, right?
mhm.
Like if there was like, you know, most people, given an opportunity in a purge, wouldn't go out purging people, right? Because, you know, prison isn't what's keeping me from murdering someone, right?
Like what, Grom?
Yep. Well, we'll forgive you, Carmen, for watching your son stream. We understand.
I literally have pen open already.
Yeah, we're gonna raid into Ben in a minute.
Yeah, we're gonna read in.
I think once we've finished this route, we can raid into Ben.
Yeah.
I love that you take out the like
You mean
yourself from the screen and then you
that?
come back.
That's Azure. I mean, Azure left. So of
Yeah.
course, like, what do you expect? Like, Azure to leave and still be on the screen? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It's a webcam.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I don't know what I was talking about. Yeah.
exactly.
Azure, of course, is 2D in this 3D world. Yes.
Yeah. Like, what do you think that was?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Is the fact that you might go to prison the only reason you don't go around committing murder, Azure?
Yeah.
Knew it.
I'm terrified of being rehabilitated.
I'm sorry, Sam. Well, you said you did get woken up earlier, right?
Yeah.
So you probably needed some sleep then.
It's cheaper to kill someone.
But you don't need to have people jailed for the rest of their
No,
life,
life
right?
in prison
Like,
is also bad.
yeah.
We're all
Yeah.
like, I'm pretty
Like-
sure we're all against life in prison as well. Oh shit, I'm
Yeah.
going backwards. Like, the point isn't to, like, life in prison is not rehabilitation. That's just punishment for punishment's sake. Like, the point is rehabilitation, to make someone better. No one needs to be separated from society forever. And
No.
like, if they do, that's not like the prison system's job. Like, that's not a judicial matter anymore. That's
No.
like,
Yeah.
you know, social worker. Like, they need like help, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they need a social worker not to be in prison.
Yeah.
And even then, I think it's a shit argument, because you're saying like, this person's life isn't worth more than the money we're spending to keep them in prison. Right?
Yeah.
I think it was Che Guevara who said that like, a single life is worth more than all the gold in all the world. Like,
Yeah.
Single what?
a single
Single
life, a single person's life.
Oh yeah.
Like, you can't value people based on how much it costs to take care of them, and say
Yeah.
like, well, you're costing, you're costing the taxpayers too much money, so we gotta kill you.
Yeah. Like, what you need to do is fundamentally divorce yourself from this, like, vengeance kind of mindset when it comes to the justice system. It doesn't belong in the
Yeah.
justice system. It doesn't do anyone any good, right?
No.
It is like, and as I said, it isn't the state's job to give emotional gratification through murder or torture to a victim's family, right? That's not like their job. Like, nobody should be like, oh well, they need that. Like, no.
Yeah,
That's
that's what
ridiculous.
the Colosseum is for.
Yeah.
So that, like, putting people
I once had to
against each other.
argue like in favor of the death penalty in school, and that was one of my arguments. It's too expensive to have people in prisons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Money is more important than life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
We
like, we
could-
can do the same thing with like poor people. Like, it's very expensive to give people like,
Yeah.
welfare and benefits. Like, we can just kill the poor people instead.
I'm sure we could figure out a way to turn people into food, right? And then we could
Yeah.
feed.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
No, you just gotta
Like-
have like a formula, like an algorithm that determines if someone is taking out more money from the taxpayers than they are contributing to the economy, and if someone falls below that line, you just like, shot to the back of the
I
head, take them out
wonder
behind the
who-
woodshed.
Exactly. I wonder who. I feel like someone came up with a system like that. Who was it?
The U.S.
No, it was no, not
Hitler.
Nazi Germany. Literally had that when it came to like handicapped people, right? Like they
Yeah.
or disabled people. They had like a 3-strike system. They had like 3 doctors would review a file, and if all of them were like agreed that no, this is not worth it, then they would kill them.
Yeah, that was the justification that they used for killing people who were disabled, is that this person can't contribute to the economy, so it's
Yeah.
not
Oh my God.
like, it's not fair to the taxpayer that they have to pay to keep someone alive who can't contribute to the economy. That's like
Yeah.
the line of reasoning the Nazis used.
Yeah, and they started doing this like way before anything with like the extermination and stuff like that. Like this was
Yeah.
kind of like the first thing they did. They put up this like 3-strike doctor system,
Wait,
and then
was
they
that Nazi original, or was that yet another thing they copied from the US?
no, it was the Nazis that came up with that system.
I mean,
Oh.
like it all goes back to like eugenics and stuff, which is a very old thing.
Mm,
But
Yeah.
they didn't take that system exactly from the US, no.
no.
And like the US took eugenics from Europe and stuff, so.
Fair. I mean,
So
fuck
yeah,
that.
don't kill people. It's pretty simple.
Hmm.
And how am I going to feel satisfied, Grom? Wow.
Eat a Snickers.
Yeah.
True.
That
They're
will
too
give you
expensive
about the
here,
same.
though.
What?
They're too expensive here.
Really?
Well, then just kill someone, I guess. I don't know.
Oh my god. You gotta nuke this VOD.
That's a joke.
Yeah.
I'm playing
I know.
Minecraft, so
Yeah, kill someone in Minecraft.
Wow. You haven't been watching Azure driving train this whole time?
I have it open, and in my, it's literally on my, it's in, I have the stream in picture.
I mean, I'm barely watching myself drive this train.
You're that good at it now, is what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Exactly.
You could do it in your sleep.
Yeah, and I got a gold
I
medal.
mean,
so.
like,
But
I
you got a
know-
gold medal blasting through like 3 station ones, so it's
Yes.
like I don't.
I've literally never gotten anything else but a gold medal.
It's like just participation medals at this point.
I guess so.
I'm pretty sure driving a train is complicated, but also it's like you only have like one way to go. So how hard
No,
can
I've
it
gone
be?
both ways. I've gone forward and I've gone backward.
Oh my god.
Yeah, especially when they've missed a stop, then they have to.
Then
go
I have to go
backwards.
backward.
We didn't do locomotives again.
Yeah, I know. Well, we have to raid into Ben because
Wow.
he's streaming now. We didn't have time.
I know, but
We
still,
can't. It's like
I
a
feel
non-compete thing. Like we can't compete against Ben. We can't take his viewers.
Yeah, no,
Oh my
we've
God.
all signed contracts.
Yeah, it's very secretive. We're not
Yeah.
supposed to reveal that. Actually, it's a whole thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we
John.
totally did not sign non-compete contracts with
No.
Ben.
Of course not. Why would you even
I'm
say
just
that?
thinking Emerald Johnson now. America Johnson.
Yeah. Okay, let's raid.
Let's raid.
Thank you
Wait.
everyone so much for coming.
Ben.
Be sure to like and subscribe. Yes.
Can you? I don't think. Can you like? No, you can't like streams, can you?
I mean, you can unfollow and follow, and that's kind of a like. I guess.
I don't know.
You can subscribe. It's only $5 a month. Yes.
Okay, Sebs, I think they get it. Thanks for tuning in,
6.
everyone.
Later.